Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, the Daventry Choral Society have entertained us tremendously. I'm told the Hallelujah Chorus was clearly heard in this room. The acoustics in the courtroom are very good as well. Thank you so much for coming to us today. And it is beyond the call of duty for you to endure the traffic chaos, I'm afraid, getting home. But best of luck, and we wish you all the well for that. I'm aware of one or two members being delayed in traffic, but I can see that by far the most majority are here. We also have a number of apologies, so we will continue. Apologies, please. Well, right, I'll do the apologies. We have apologies from Councillors Addison, Municali, Chandler, Flavor, Halls, Hemming, Hughes, Longley, Morgan, Morton, Patel, Randall, Roberts and Strachan. Any other apologies to be notified?
Aziz Rahman and Councillor Eales.
Aziz Rahman and Eales. Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest from members and officers on matters arising from tonight's meeting? Thank you. We have the minutes of the meetings of the Council held on 29th June and 20th July. May I sign those minutes of those meetings as a true and accurate record? Agreed? For both of them. Thank you very much indeed. Announcements. That's right. Oh. Right, topically, I'm delighted to pass on something which I'm sure a number of members will already have spotted, that it was announced from Downing Street that Deborah Selin is the new Bishop of Peterborough. She is this afternoon in Northampton, visiting Grange Park Church. She is currently the suffragan Bishop of Southampton and is going to be inducted into the Peterborough Diocese, I believe, in the new year, hopefully in January. I'm told by those on the panel selecting her, is an absolutely fabulous addition to the diocese. Deborah Selin. On a matter of procedure, it's been notified to me by some members that we have so far this year not been observing the rule as to standing when we speak. That is a provision of the Constitution. One of my jobs to uphold the Constitution. So I must revert to the provisions of the Constitution immediately unless there is a view to the contrary from members. This essentially is a members' matter, and if there is a view from members, then it is necessary to take a vote to suspend standing orders in that respect to continue for tonight's meeting seated as before so far this year. If that vote is put and carried, I would expect the Democracy and Standards Committee to look at the matter. But I pause briefly now because in the absence of a proposer, and I do not know of any proposer, in the absence of a proposer to invite discussion and a vote on the matter of standing, then the Constitution will apply and we will revert to standing. So I pause to invite anybody wanting to make such a proposition. Yes. Sorry, Councillor Bearsworth.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to propose that we stay seated because basically we're not in a proper council chamber. We need to be in a proper council chamber. It's going to take longer for people to stand up. Some people are infirmed, some people's voices are very light, and you're much closer to the microphone when you're sitting. So I would like to propose that we remain sitting, and if you want defer it back to democratic standards, that's fine with me, so they can discuss it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that proposition? Yes. I can't quite see. At the front here, sorry. Yes. Bob.
Me or? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, just from a logistical point of view for me, I think that's quite absurd, to be fair, unless you're providing us with headsets and we're able to stand up and speak with microphones, you know, I don't really, which would be a waste of money. I don't see the purpose or point. I think that maybe was a post-COVID or during COVID type of thing. I think what Councillor Beersworth said is logical. I don't see any reason why we need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no reason why we shouldn't go straight to a quick vote, unless anybody has something urgent to say. Right, let's vote on that now, please. The proposition is to suspend standing orders for tonight and to remain seated. Please vote in favour, yes, no, or abstain. The proposition is to suspend standing orders to remain seated. The Constitution requires us to stand. The proposition is to avoid that, to circumvent the Constitution and to remain seated. That is Councillor Beersworth's proposition. Those in favour, please. And against. Right. The yeses have it, 44 and 15 with 2 abstentions. Therefore, we will remain seated tonight. And I've made the suggestion that Democracy and Standards Committee should look at the matter and report back. They will not report back in time for the beginning of the next meeting. So we will have a similar vote at the next meeting to suspend standing orders. Item 3, public participation. There have been no requests to present petitions or address the meeting. There have been 5 requests to address the meeting from David Garlick, David Pearson, Tina Matthew, Gordon Kerr, and Jane Wood, in that order. Each of those speakers have 3 minutes to speak on a matter on the agenda. Mr. David Garlick, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm a member of the Transition Town Northampton group. We've been looking at climate change for a long time, and we have been running a Stop Idling campaign to try and encourage drivers not to sit idling and polluting the atmosphere, especially around schools. I'm speaking, therefore, in support of the motions that are seeking action on cleaning up the air that we breathe. The air quality in Northampton is, as everybody recognises, poor, and we need you to do something about it. A strategy will be helpful. An action plan would be even better. Action on what is needed, with even better still. Without action, we will be contributing to more avoidable ill health and more avoidable deaths. The long grass of strategy, action plan, finance seeking, maybe we can do something in 2025, is just not good enough. So as a bare minimum, I'm asking you to consider introducing lower speed limits in residential areas, a 60-mile-an-hour maximum speed limit on arterial roads, especially roads through Northampton, A45, and around Northampton, A45, A14, M1, which may not be in your purview, A43, etc. To cease the licensing of diesel taxis, introduce electric buses, and improve active travel. My main message is act now and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dave Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I clarify, do I have 3 minutes? I'd like to speak to both motions 2 and 3. Do I have 3 minutes for each or 3 minutes for both, please?
You have a total of 3 minutes, Mr. Pearson.
Right, okay. On the 6th of January 2003, the air pollution was so bad in one part of the county that Northamptonshire County Council was legally obliged to declare an air quality management area. They had 18 months within which to publish an air quality action plan, but they did nothing. 20 years later, that area still has illegally high levels of air pollution and still has no action plan. Since then, 5 other areas have joined the list of shame. 6 areas in West Northants with illegally high levels of air pollution, but no action plan to address the problem. Let's be clear, most of Northampton's air is both legal and lethal. Every year, 100 people die in this town just from breathing the polluted air. Thousands more lives are blighted by emphysema, lung cancer, asthma, stroke, and heart disease. Babies are born underweight, and the elderly develop dementia. And all of these conditions are made more likely and made worse by air pollution. With regard to the climate crisis, you may have seen recently in the news that the Mayor for South Yorkshire has just sent letters to 30,000 randomly selected households across South Yorkshire, asking them to register their interest in being one of 100 people selected by lottery to take part in the South Yorkshire Citizens' Assembly. The Assembly will address the question, the way our climate is changing will impact us. How should we respond to build a thriving and sustainable future for South Yorkshire? Vested interests in the United States of America have dragged the climate crisis into their culture wars, and we would be foolish to copy them. Yet we see our Prime Minister rowing back on climate commitments and new oil field licenses being granted. Yesterday's State of Nature report confirmed the UK's status as one of the most nature-depleted countries on the planet. It's abundantly clear that the political and economic systems that got us into this mess are incapable of getting us out of it. It's time to do politics differently, putting the voice of our communities at the heart of how we make decisions. 3 years ago, the UK Parliament ran a citizens' assembly on the climate crisis. And you can watch the BBC documentary. It's called The People versus Climate Change. It's on iPlayer. The process was good, but the outcomes were just kicked into the long grass. West Northants also needs to set up a citizens' assembly to address our response to the climate crisis. And then, once the Assembly has heard all the evidence, considered the options, and made recommendations, this council needs to do what that Assembly recommends. The climate crisis requires a rapid and radical response that partisan politics cannot provide. It's time to do democracy differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Tina Matthew. Not present, Roger. Thank you. Gordon Kerr. Thank you, Mr. Kerr. 3 minutes.
I noticed one thing on the agenda, yet another change to the Constitution. It seems like you guys have got very short memories. It was only a couple years ago that 10.25 million went missing, 1.3 million spent investigating it. I believe Mr. Patel had a nice vacation with the owner of Northampton Town Football Club in Dubai,
Mr. Kerr, you registered to speak on item 10 on the agenda, the Community Governance Review. The Community Governance Review is to do with the parishes. Mr. Kerr, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Kerr. You're out of order. You're not compliant with our regulations. You asked to comment on the community governance review, which is to do with the rearrangements of parishes. Thank you, Mr. Kerr. I must ask you to leave. Thank you. Jane Wood, please. Thank you, Mr. Kerr. Yes, members will recall that the invitation to members of the public is to speak on a matter that they identify as being on the agenda. Mr. Kerr asked to speak on item 10. Ms. Jane Wood, please.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jane Wood. I'm Chair of Climate Action West Northamptonshire. We are local residents working on reducing greenhouse gas emissions in our area and preparing ourselves for life in a changed climate. At your meeting in July 2021, I spoke in support of the motion to declare climate emergency. Excuse me. Since then, I've been asked many times whether West Northamptonshire Council has declared a climate emergency. It's a shame that such a significant step taken by this council over 2 years ago managed to slide under the radar for so many. Let's look at what's changed since that motion was passed. The cross-party sustainability working group has been established. The sustainability team has grown and done some great work. West Northamptonshire Council has joined UK 100 and been accredited by the Investors in the Environment scheme. A programme to retrofit some NPH homes has been completed. The council participated in No Mow May this year and encouraged parish councils to do the same. The council has issued emissions reports for the first time. This is all good, and I know that more projects are in the pipeline. However, taking a wider view and looking at how the council is operating overall, it still looks very much like business as usual and not like a response to an emergency that will affect every aspect of our lives in the future. We need joined-up thinking on traffic and travel, public health and education, social services and housing. We have an opportunity to make the place where we live cleaner, safer and resilient to the effects of climate change. A place where town centres are safe to walk, play and relax rather than being dominated by cars. Homes are efficient to heat and keep cool. Everyone has access to affordable, healthy food, and biodiversity thrives. The motion on the agenda this evening provides an opportunity for the council to proudly and publicly endorse its previous decision, and to go further by standing behind that decision and embedding the declaration of climate emergency into all the council's behaviours, procedures and decision-making. Please support the motion. I'd also ask you to support the motion on air pollution, preferably as originally tabled, including the proposal for a school streets trial, rather than the amendment which removes this and other proposals. Improving air quality has significant co-benefits for climate change and also for public health and pride in our communities. It's wonderful to have so many people gathered outside today in silent protest to push forward the conversation on air quality. It would be even better to see the council working together with the groups and people represented out there to give us all cleaner air. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wood. Thank you. Item 6, opposition priority business. Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. We've made the matter of the overspend in the children's budget opposition business this month because it's clearly the major challenge facing the council in its budget in this council year. The people of West Northamptonshire would expect us to regard it as a matter of serious concern and to ensure that the Cabinet has an action plan to tackle it. It's vital that our other activities as a council are not thrown off course and we don't again face the prospect of a Section 114 notice and all that goes with it. And there's no doubt that a £14 million deficit, unless it's dealt with, will lead us there, if not this year, then next year. As corporate parents, of course, we have a duty to ensure that all our looked after children receive the care that they need. That's based on assessed need and ensuring that our funds go on care and not on excess profits. The Cabinet agreed last week, and as a Labour group we fully support it, that we should treat children having experienced care as a protected characteristic, and we should measure all our policies against this. I have to say that we as a Labour group have real doubts about the current arrangements with government-appointed trustees to a trust board and how this promotes transparency and accountability in this county. Pretty clear that the Tory administration in the north of the county is not being helpful in, and is actually being unhelpful in tackling the current challenges. As a Labour group, we want to see excellent children's services back under local democratic control. We see there are two matters contributing to our present financial situation. The first was the destruction of local prevention services. That includes our community-based Sure Start service. We see that there are two groups responsible for this. Firstly, central government, this Conservative government who cut funding to local authorities. And secondly, cabinet ministers, cabinet members here who cut funding to our Sure Start centres. We cannot avoid the fact that these are major contributory factors to our current situation. The result has been that early intervention has not been taking place for the best part of a decade. Families have ended up in crisis before they've got support. And we hear that schools and police have to escalate cases to get any attention. Too many referrals, therefore, come to the multi-agency safeguarding hub. And that just another indicator that when people are not getting advice and support early enough. This makes effective intervention later on much more difficult. So situations come to a crisis. The second factor is the failure of the residential care market. What we heard from Councillor Longley last week at Cabinet was that 11.4 million of the £14 million overspend came from the cost of residential care placements. We all need to understand what's going on here. It comes from the effective transfer over the last decade of residential care from the public and charitable sector to the private sector and the involvement of private equity in this market. They are financially ruthless and have seen the main chance, offering returns of 7 to 11% to their investors. I very much hope our pension scheme is not an investor in this sort of activity. So the Competition and Market Authority investigated and then published an important report in 2022. It's a very good report, and I would say it's a chilling report. They examined the operation of the market, and I say market with sadness. Actually, I think it's appalling that this is treated as a market, because we should see it as the provision of care for our looked after children. This isn't what the move towards commissioning that took place in the 1990s was meant to be about. I hope that at the very least the leader, the Cabinet Member for Children and the Cabinet Member for Finance have read the full version of this report. In fact, every one of us should read this report because it explains how the market operates. And I quote, "The placement market overall is not providing sufficient appropriate places to ensure that children consistently receive placements that fully meet their needs when and where they require them. And secondly, some prices and profits in the sector are above the levels the Commission would expect in a well-functioning market. The fact is that local authorities are now acting in competition with each other, and that is driving up costs. And we need to make sure that our trust in this area is not participating in that escalation of costs. An effective market would be where local authorities work together as a consortium to keep prices down, and this is not happening at the moment. The report says that that it's essential that government action is required, but so far no government action has taken place. And that's why we're calling on this Cabinet as a matter of urgency to meet with our MPs and the relevant government ministers to urge them to act on this. Our resolution has more on foster care, on providing post-care housing, and on prevention services. And my colleagues will talk about this, but I'm pleased to propose this motion as opposition business. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Purser. Councillor Zoe Smith will second. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo the concerns that Councillor Purser has raised about the profit-making organisations involved with care of our vulnerable children and our looked-after children in our area. There are far too many places set up to provide supposed care for young people that have an agenda of making profit. And not only do they cost enormous amounts of money for our council, they are actually the wrong type of placement for children in the vast majority of circumstances. Large organisations that host up to 19 young people aged 16 to 21 living independently is appalling. There are massive safeguarding issues that arise as a result of that. Children are not able to be children, they are not able to be supported within a family within that setting, and they end up scapegoated and stigmatised by local areas. So not only do these cost us enormous amounts of money, but they stigmatise and put our young people at risk. And I think that's a huge issue that very badly needs addressing. We must invest in our children, and I would always be in favour of investing in children. We should never, ever put money ahead of our children's needs, but the situation currently with the overspend pays too much for the wrong kind of placement and allows children to be used for profit, which is sickening, especially given the life experiences that a young person has had when they come into care. Not only that, but we also need to put much more support into our in-house foster carers. Children are much better looked after within a stable family environment, and that's what we should be supporting. Very small in-house children's homes where appropriate for young people, and foster carers so that children are looked after within a family setting and allowed to be children and allowed to rebuild their lives after trauma and access therapeutic services. I'm really glad that Scrutiny have got a working group looking at it, but this is what we need to work on, so I'm proud to support this motion.
Thank you. I've been notified of 8 speakers so far, who I shall call in this order: Councillors Nunn, Baker, Stone, Duffy, Barrett, Beardsworth, McCord and Shapps. Councillor Jonathan Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is a really, really important issue. Of course it is, and we all accept that. I think we largely all agree with the points in this motion. This is crucial not only for the quality of the care to the children in our care, but also because of the budget pressures that it puts on other services. But children's services cost pressure is a national issue, and we have seen some reduction in cost per head at Northampton Children's Trust, which is overall a low spending children's service. There's also projects underway that, whilst ensuring the quality of the care for those children, also ensures that the trust is getting good value or better value. It's continually looking to improve the value that it gets from the placements. But that said, the council does want more visibility over the trust, children's trusts, both budgets and forecasts. The contract that we have with them allows us to take a closer look at those. We've followed that process. and the Trust have welcomed us doing this, actually. That process is happening already informally. I can tell you that Councillor Longley attended their board finance committee meeting today, for example. So we're looking closely at things, but in stepping up a level, over the course of the next few days, our own finance teams and our Director of Children's Services will be going into the Trust to have a much closer look at both the finances, the quality of their figures, their projections, forecasts, and their commissioning decisions. Work is also underway to create the capacity that I think Councillor Smith has just referred to. I think we all agree with these points. The only thing I would say, and this miffs me slightly, the opposition have had briefings on all of these actions that we're doing because this is important, and we've set that out, both myself and separately the Chief Executive, and we now have a list coming back of the things that we've recently told them we're already doing. It's a bit like the consultant that borrows your watch to tell you the time. This does list the things that we've recently told you we are doing, but the good news is we're on the same page and we're pressing ahead with these things. But I'm not sure where that leaves us in terms of supporting a list of things that we are already doing. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. As Councillor Nunn says, I think we all agree with the fact that we want our children's service to be within budget and performing well. At the moment, that is not actually something that we're able to do, but obviously we have got to ensure that our children are looked after to the best of our ability. As Councillor Zoe Smith did say, we want to have small children's homes supported by us, owned by us, and run under the standards that we think are good enough for our children. And I just would urge our members of the council today, who are all corporate parents, to bear this in mind when the next planning application comes forward for a children's home, because I know, to my knowledge, we've had 5 applications that have all been turned down because people have encouraged the residents to all come out in force to vote against it. The children that go into these children's homes are not all difficult. Some of them are perfectly easygoing children, but they will have to have staff. I agree with that. There'll be some coming and going. But I do think that we need to have a more proactive way forward when it comes to planning for children's homes in the future. There is a lot of work going on, as Councillor Nunn has said to you too. I had a meeting with my director, Stuart Lackenby, this week, and he told me that he'd had a briefing with Councillor Randall and Councillor Purser to go through all the moves that we're doing, all of the ways that we're trying to step into the trust to work out what's going on and to advise them. And we do remember that it is an independent business that's been set up, and it is overseen by the Department of Education. So we have to tread quite carefully in order to be able to interfere, which is what we're trying to do. So I think, as Councillor Nunn said, we've spoken plenty about this. We have got various things in there already that are making a difference. Our Circle to Success is bringing the cost of these placements down. But some children, we have to bear in mind, obviously we can't tell you about the individual cases, but some children are very expensive. They have exceedingly complex needs and need a great deal of support and staff to help them. And I, for one, would not want to take that away from them. But we are working as hard as we can, and I have every intention of staying here in order to make sure that the children's service does keep improving. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm sure, like me, you will have read the LGA magazine and seen the article headlined "Children's Social Care Budgets Buckling." 5 children's charities, Action for Children, Monardo's, the Children's Society, the National Children's Bureau and NSPCC have set up a Children's Funding Alliance. What they have found is damning. Spending on children's services increased nationally by 800 million last year, an 8% increase on the previous year, fueling private pockets over investment in children. 81% of that increase went on crisis management, And of that, £4 in every £5 went on very late interventions. This is firefighting. Think about this. Over the last 12 years, there's been a 45% decrease in spend on early help and prevention. Think about that nationally, but also within our local authority. So there's been no prevention, no early intervention, an increase in poverty, public transport at an all-time low, crumbling schools, school transport cost to families at an all-time high, childcare costs through the roof, nurseries and daycare centres struggling to stay open. We have no Sure Start centres. Lots of areas have no youth services. We have county lines operating all over West Northants. There is a housing crisis. There's an increase in social overcrowding. And what has this left us with? It's left us with families in crisis. The Children's Trust is firefighting, and it can't do the job I know those professionals want to do. Why can't they do it? It's because we're not doing the job we need to be doing. Your government and your previous councils cut all our services to children. They cut all our prevent services. And we are reaping the reward for that. And the Children's Trust is having to fight for resources that they need. It's unacceptable, and we need to be doing something about it as a matter of urgency.
Thank you, Councillor Stone. Councillor Janice Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Point of order, Councillor Gonzalez-Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did indicate to speak a moment ago. If we are to abide by the Constitution, Mr. Chairman, I think it's really wise that all members are looking at the screens that we have just beneath you that indicate quite clearly the time available to them. And we are indicating at the present moment in time that most speakers are overshooting their time. Thank you.
I'm obliged to Councillor Gonzalez-Savage, as always, for it being the timekeeper, or the secondary timekeeper. These are matters of importance on both sides of the chamber. I've allowed a certain degree of latitude for opening speeches on this matter, and we will tighten up now then onwards, if we may. Councillor Duffy.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. In order what's been spoken, I'll just say that I concur completely with what Councillor Stone has said. I'm a recent grandmother to an adopted grandchild, and the understaffing has caused, and the cut to children's services budgets has meant a huge lack of communication between social workers that have caused checks not to be made, and the consequent difficulties that causes. Also, the adopted children know that if they have siblings that have been adopted out too, there were delays in providing this information. I'd like that to be taken forward. The child must come first, and I find with perhaps the new regime at the Children's Services that perhaps bureaucracy is seeping in, and the child is not being put at the forefront of the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just make a point of order as well? There's a lot of talking and lots of face pulling and giggles I've seen this evening already. Can we be mindful of conduct, please, and who we're here to represent as well, please? Just a note from me. Sadly, Malcolm's not here today because this is directly to Malcolm, essentially, because I often look back on past council meetings and I look for pledges and quotes and things like that. just to see where we're at. And 7th of February 22, Malcolm made a comment, and I'll read it. It is clear we face a challenging medium-term financial position. This emphasises the importance of the ongoing work across our council to reshape and continually improve processes and ways of working so we can reduce the cost of service provision, improve the quality of services to our local residents, improve the efficiency of the way we deliver our services, protect against service reductions, and to balance future years' budgets. So at regular points over the last 2 years, we've had that in a different way, spoken by Malcolm, around budgets and around children's services budgets. So what is going wrong? He spoke last time around the control aspect, and I'm pleased to hear and read what Councillor Nunn said as well in terms of our control. We're going in, but why are we going in now? Why are we watching 2 years of significant struggle? It's not just struggle, it's significant struggle. Why are we waiting? Why are we showing reactive leadership instead of proactive? That's the question for the room. And that is a question for Malcolm, and I appreciate he's not here. I will put that into writing for him because we need answers, don't we? We've got an ever-growing care base, and I get what you're saying, and I understand everything you've said around care packages increasing, I get that. But when we look at our own in-house service, why have we only just acted? And I understand it's DFE, I understand, as Councillor Baker said, it's a business-type model, I understand that. But why have we allowed 2 years of this to continue is my considerate concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sari Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. When this was first mooted to become a trust, I asked the then monitoring officer of the County Council how we stood as corporate parents, because we have a statutory duty to the children in our care. And he said, I don't know how you're going to deliver a statutory duty because the trust have all overpowering to deal with this. So at the moment, I'm very, very worried. I was on the County Council for 16 years, and when I first got onto the council, we used to have a team of 6 people that did prevention work, and they were terribly successful, holding families together. We should be spending more on keeping children out of care, not worrying about the private sector and how much money they're making out of this, because the private sector's always been opportunists, and they will do this if they see an opening. What we've got to do is stop children coming into care. 70% of our children that come into care are because of neglect. We should be teaching children how to be parents, not maths, as the Prime Minister wants. We want to teach them to do the basic things in life, the things that look after a child, to look after yourself and to look after your home. And those are the common sense approach to what we need to do. I support this motion, and I know that the administration has had meetings with me and they are trying their best to do things, and I understand that. But unless the Trust spends more on prevention, we're going to escalate this problem, and with the cost of living crisis and all the problems that people are facing out there, we're going to have more children coming into care. And that is what we don't want. We want children to stay with their families, to be supported in their families. Please try and get the Trust to spend more on prevention and less on the long-term care of children that we look after. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. The Children's Trust exists to provide care and services to some of the most vulnerable people in the area. And we all, as corporate parents, have a responsibility to discharge that duty in a sensible and sensitive way. And like the authors of the motion, I have concerns about the bills that we're getting passed. But I'm a little nervous that this is going to be a political football, and our most vulnerable children, many damaged, should not be at the centre of political knockabout. Now, I want to be clear as well. There are some in this chamber, and I'm sure some also in North Northants Council, who think that they can take back children's services in-house and all will be well. That is fanciful. The only way it will ever happen is for the trust to be successful, and we need to work to get that good and excellent and provide safe and quality services. If it fails, the DFE will continue with the trust. They will not pass it back to the councils to sort out. I'm going to be generous and accept that this motion is put up in good faith, but it smacks of knowing something is going to be done, the step-in rights, call for it to be done, and then try and take the credit for it to be done when it happens. The diagnosis here, I think, is too simplistic, and one of my gripes is that we're not aware of the cost drivers facing the trust that gives us a demand for the millions of cash that we get regularly. The model is broken, putting financial responsibility in one place and operational responsibility in a different place. And I'm sure that the dysfunctional market is part of the problem, but I don't buy the simplicity of the analysis in the motion. It's clear to me the provision of placement is a problem, locally and nationally. But the answer is build new capacity and build it fast. The administration is not moving quickly enough to do it. We have managed to find, or we will have to find, the best part of 22 million in the last 2 years of revenue funding, the most difficult funding to find. That would get a lot of capital, and we could have actually done things with capital funding. So I would say, get on and do it, and build it quickly, and build twice the amount that we need, and therefore be able to sell them to other local authorities and help actually intervene in a positive way in this dysfunctional market. We need to pick up that pace and get the problem under control. But let's never forget those whose interest we serve, the children.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
I also agree that we need to build them fast, and we need to build them with the quality that scrutiny have talked about. Although I do support many factors of the motion in front of us, I want to make sure that we all understand the unique thing that our trust is. It doesn't cover one thing, it doesn't cover two things, it is multifaceted, and it is difficult, and I wouldn't personally want the job. I would love to help with the job, who wouldn't, when you have a passion for youth. But this is something where we do so many multi-layered things for so many people with so many needs. And if you've read it, if you've been in any meetings, if you've attended any strategies, you will know that we are already working towards some of the things in this motion. But some things have already been pointed out that we can do better, and I believe that we should work together to make them as good as they could be. And I think it is positive that everybody has spoken today in such a collective and collaborative way about their wants and needs to work for the children of West Northamptonshire.
Thank you. In the absence of any other members wishing to speak, Councillor Purser to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank Councillor Nunn for his comments? It's good to hear that Councillor Longley is involved in the board, and it's good that our finance teams are increasingly involved. The fact that we've had briefings doesn't mean that matters shouldn't come to this chamber. That's about transparency and accountability. This is such a significant issue that it needs to be discussed and considered by us all. And I think that's the job of the opposition, to make sure that as a council we fully consider all the issues that are here, such are the significance to us as corporate parents, but also in terms of our role in terms of the finances of this authority. I would still like to know whether you have a meeting booked with ministers to sort out the care market. That is the question. Have you arranged to meet with ministers to ensure that this issue that is facing all local authorities across the country is being dealt with? So that's the question to you. And then we've got to work at developing our prevention services. We've got to have community-based prevention services. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now vote on opposition priority business. Item 6 on the order paper. Please vote now. For, against, or abstain. Thank you. The motion is lost. 24 votes in favour, 47 against. Next item is Cabinet reports. Councillor Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. My report, as written, on sustainability, a number of it's good news. 44,000 grant funding from the UK Shared Prosperity Fund, which will be used to help local businesses decarbonise. That's a project with the University of Northampton. Work continues to promote sustainable warmth schemes to West Northampton residents, enable them to access grants to support energy efficiency in their homes. Carbon literacy training is coming up. We've launched the first annual sustainability report, as members might have seen earlier referred to, of course. It sets out the progress that we've made and the projects that have been going on during the course of the last year. On communications, the Residents magazine has been well received. And we continue to promote things like visitor attractions, recycling advice, etc., through that, along with the adult learning brochure. Quite a lot of stuff going out from the communications department to keep people informed. Transformation, a lot of activity, which largely takes the rest of the report, the last 3 pages. Happy to answer questions, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to go into some detail on the initial portion of my report, where I'm pleased to confirm to Council that tenants in Northampton whose flats are affected by recent changes to fire safety legislation have started receiving home visits, specifically in Alliston Gardens in the St George ward. NPH and West Northamptonshire Council recently announced that we were taking prompt action to assess if cladding on blocks of flats over 11 metres or 7 storeys high in the town is compliant with updated fire safety rules issued by the government earlier this year. We've identified a number of buildings where tests need to be carried out, and over subsequent weeks, those tests will be carried out in quick succession, and all ward members in the affected wards kept up to speed with progress on the specific works that will be carried out. Although all of those buildings were previously assessed in 2018 after the Grenfell incident and found to be compliant, the recent changes to legislation mean that cladding commonly used across the UK no longer meets the new government safety standards. And it's worth highlighting that these are specific regulatory changes that apply to medium and high-rise blocks. So I think that there's often confusion over the nature of building materials and a misconception that they are in some way innately unsafe, but in a similar way to which you can put a thatched roof on a low-rise building or use a timber frame for a normal house. You couldn't do that with a high-rise building, because risks need to be balanced because of the difficulties in evacuating such buildings. So we will comply with all of the new regulations. And I'd also highlight that this came about because NPH participated in a Homes England safety scheme pilot where specialists carried out a fire risk assessment of external walls. They've now confirmed, as I say, that the cladding is present at Alliston Gardens in Semelong. NPH and WNC are working closely with the guidance and support of Northamptonshire Fire and Rescue Service to minimise any potential fire safety risks, and as our knowledge and understanding of the situation evolves, so we will adapt and keep residents and, as I say, ward members updated at all times. I've made a particular effort to reach out to every single ward member who has a building on the suspected list of buildings affected. So all of those ward members will by now have received an email from me. And I'll continue to keep them updated once risk assessments are carried out and any changes occur, and that will be in parallel with the announcements that go out to tenants. I'm pleased to say that the recent consultation on the new homelessness strategy recently closed, so the team are conducting their initial sift through the responses to that consultation. A midway glance at the responses suggested that there was widespread support for many of the changes to the housing allocations policy. But I think in this case in particular, it's important that we look at the qualitative as well as the quantitative in this particular issue and seek to pick out respondents who have a particular insight into this field and take their comments on board. We're also led to believe that NPH, registered providers of housing and other interested parties will have submitted later responses, so we'll take those fully into account at the appropriate time. Pleased to inform members that next week is National Libraries Week and it's branded Green Libraries Week this year. It's an opportunity for us to shout about what libraries are doing to help the council achieve the green and clean priority. And so we'll be doing a lot of marketing and branding around that particular exercise, helping young and old alike learn about climate issues and facilitate that learning through our libraries. I'd like to point out to members as well the opportunity to sign up to the recently relaunched Arts and Culture newsletter. They can access information about the newsletter on our website. The subscriber numbers are steadily climbing.
Thank you. I think I've been quite generous with Councillor Brown. Cabinet members are reminded that we do have opportunity to read their reports. 2 minutes, please. Councillor Breeze.
Noted. Thank you, Chair. I've got a few additional items to update members on, and I'd like to draw members' attention to the Planning Deeper Front Door project, which opened today, whereby customer services will be able to answer straightforward planning queries from the public. For example, can I do X under permitted development rights, or how do I register a concern that might be related to enforcement? The planning technical support team will be involved in assisting customer services for the first few weeks as they become familiar with this new work stream. Planning application loads on offices are very high, as there continues to be significant demand for planning permissions. The external recruitment program is now well underway, underpinned by an active engagement process with potential candidates. Members have had the new structure chart and will be aware of the number of planning officer vacancies we have and the significant ramifications this has on officer workloads. This campaign closes on the 18th of October, and as the vacant posts are filled and loads reduced, we will then be able to reintroduce our pre-app service for householders. Section 106 and SIL work is an ongoing programme. There are 15 work streams involving planning, finance and legal, with 5 posts doing this work. In the meantime, as ad hoc funding requests are received from parish councils, they are being dealt with by the team. And finally, of course, local plan, which is another significant priority. I'm pleased to say that the first member workshop on the evidence gathering for the area of work that underpin the housing and employment allocations will be on the 19th of October, followed in short order by the site allocations workshop. So that's the first member workshop for all members. It'll be taking place at the Forum at 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock on the 19th of October. And I do encourage as many of you to start attending these workshops, as this is where we feed in our responses to the work the officers do. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleased to present my report. The new local transport plan, work has commenced on that, and we've had the first meeting of the cross-party working group of Cabinet and backbenchers, etc. That was a very useful meeting with our consultants, so work has actually kicked off on that. We will shortly be having meetings with regard to the off-site mitigation works of the North West Relief Road, and that's detailed in the final paragraph on page 37 of your pack. It's important that we talk to the other parish councils and members to take this forward. The Northampton Growth Management Scheme, I'm pleased to report that National Highways appear to be about to approve the final design for the Queen Eleanor Junction, so hopefully that can get underway in April next year. There's been very collaborative working between the regeneration team and the street cleansing, etc. team regarding the materials to be used for the redevelopment of the town centre to ensure that they are cleanable and work well for our cleansing operatives. Active travel, there will shortly be a presentation to ward members regarding the active travel scheme for the Abington area. That's being scheduled as we speak. And I'm very disappointed that Openreach haven't managed to sort out Brixworth Country Park and Daventry Country Park so we can get the ANPR system running, but we will as soon as they get that done. And finally, Mr. Chairman, can I draw everybody's attention to the members' briefing session on Wednesday, the 11th of October at 5 o'clock regarding voice scooters. That's be an interesting presentation. I look forward to it, and I look forward to what members have to say, because I've certainly got concerns, and I know members have. So I'm happy to answer any questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor David Smith.
Right, we're back on now, you can hear me, apologies. So you've got my report, I'm sure you've all read it. Just a couple of things, as the Chair said, you've had it, so hopefully you read it. We've recently launched the Youth Violence and Knife Crime Prevention and Intervention Project, which is jointly funded along with the Office of Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner. We've received the expressions of interest and hoping to see some good projects coming forward, and I'll keep you posted on those. Another item which is not included in my report is plans for some domestic abuse training for elected members, something that I've been working with alongside Northampton Domestic Abuse Service. The training was extensive, running into many, many days, and it was something which I felt whilst it's clearly very important, but we need to get it condensed down a little more. So that'll be coming forward in the coming weeks with some dates and things. And if there is the interest, we would like to push that out to the parish councils as well. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lister.
Thank you, Chair. Just picking out the key parts of the report as well, and additional Market Square as well. It wasn't mentioned in the report, but the works are continuing at pace and are on time at the moment. Greyfriars, Studio Egret West have been appointed for the works at Greyfriars with a consultation for members, public, stakeholders in the new year. Vulcan Works, all small units have been let, and Barclays Eagle Labs are now also in Vulcan Works offering additional services. The procurement's coming to an end at Waterside for hotel offices and housing there, so there's a paper coming to Cabinet imminently. Mayfair Heritage Park, we've responded to the consultation and the designs have been amended. We've also applied for £250,000 from the Heritage Fund, National Lottery. Adult education, 7,589 deliveries across West and North with a 93% retention rate, which is higher than the national average, as well as gaining accreditation for qualifications in childcare, education, health and social care. UK SPF, a number of new initiatives there. We've been partnering with the South East Midlands Career Hub, and that is enhancing the bridge between employment and education, and the Vulcan Works Creative Entrepreneurial Scheme, setting up with Kickstart grants to help grow businesses. Our first year funding has been received, the Rural England Prosperity Fund, so there's grants and non-financial support will be in there, and we've also allocated a big chunk, as we know, towards rural transport, which will be feeding into the transport policy. Place Vision is continuing. Another consultation will be going for that shortly. Employment, we've picked up 50 queries from businesses and 30 employee queries directly, and we've been supporting the members of staff from Wilkinson's as well, which has been really good, as we've obviously seen some of those close as well. So we've been proactively contacting them to see if we can support them get jobs. And tourism strategy has been drafted following many consultations. So there's going to be themes within sporting excellence, natural offer, heritage, lots more like that. So it'll be adopted later this year once the draft has been endorsed by the Visitor Economy Industry and Partners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Six-ish very brief points I'll go through quickly. Turn Furlong and the work with NHFT and WNC is mentioned in the report, which is proven to be very successful, helping people to get the most independent outcomes after their discharge from hospital. The assisted technology teams mentioned in the report after they won an award with the HSJ which is very prestigious, and some fantastic work going on there. We talked about it at Cabinet last week about how we can help people through technology to, again, remain more independent. In public health, a huge amount of work going on. I would urge members, if they haven't already, just read the little section on the Well Northants project and the impact that that's having in some very niche areas. World Suicide Prevention Day, a couple of weeks ago, we had the Take a Break campaign, travel round the patch which was basically a sofa, just encouraging people just to take time, sit down and talk to people about how they're feeling. The impact of that is immeasurable, isn't it? Household support from 4 has been announced. West Northampton are receiving 5.2 million to focus on low wage support, school holiday food vouchers and the voluntary and community support. This will be briefed to members that attend the anti-poverty working group in a couple of weeks. The LAP project leads have started. They're all very keen to make an impact. We've talked about the impact of the LAPs at scrutiny. There's some great work going on, talking about air pollution this evening in central Northampton. But my challenge to the team is now we need some delivery plans. We need to show and make some progress. Finally, the Health and Wellbeing Board this afternoon, again, referencing air quality. We had the Health Protection Annual Report, and it was a lot of talk there about an air quality needs assessment that can all bundle into the issues that have been highlighted this evening and indeed in the motion a bit later. Focus on also the joint health and wellbeing strategy, which was finally approved, and I thank all the members that have been to I think it was 4 sessions we had over the development of the plan. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't go through the front page too much because most of it's the Children's Trust, which is length already, but just to say we were all exceedingly disappointed that the fostering service had an inadequate judgment at Ofsted, but just to let everybody know, it does say in the report that the inspection has now been lifted and that it's now positive and shows good progress going forward. There are new people working in the management of the fostering service, and I've met with both of them and been very impressed. It is an independent fostering agency, and I think that's where we caught a cold really on the inspection, because we prepared it for an in-house agency, and the independent inspection is quite different. So I'll leave that one there. The Care Leaver Covenant is also going to be put through, as well as the protected characteristics that we had at Cabinet the other day. This is not just one of those things that we're going to say we're doing and then put on the shelf and forget about it. We have already started many initiatives to support our care leavers to get into work, which I think is really the most important thing for them, and also to encourage our colleagues to make sure that they have good supportive housing, as has been discussed earlier. We've all talked about the need for more early help, and we are working very hard now on our family hub model. As you will be aware, the North got funding for family hubs and we didn't, but we've got buildings, so we're now working on plans so that we can fit into the buildings that we have in order to have a service for early help. Education, we've got a brilliant team for SEND improvement, and there's 3 ladies working there that did the SEND strategy launch this week, which is a very successful event. Their job is to improve the service that we have now, and lots of working groups have been set up in order to make sure that we really do improve that. And we've also got permission for 2 new people to start working in the EHCP team to try and cut down the backlog that we have there. We've also got funding for a team of education psychologists to come and work, so always looking to ways to see how we can improve what we're doing, as we know that isn't the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh dear, another point of order. Yes, who is that? Yeah, Councillor Meredith.
All right. Mr. Chairman, my point of order is quite simply, when I got my my readout from the council, I took my time to read all these reports to find out what was going on, and I quite understand what is in the report. It's important that backbenchers can ask questions to these reports. Now, if the cabinet members are saying, why on earth can't they just say, can you see the report as written? And then that way, the backbenchers will have more say, because it's important that the backbenchers can put expressing their concerns to the portfolio holders. We don't want to hear it over and over again of what they've done, especially if you take from Adam Brown. He went well over the time, and I had to I read his report this afternoon, and I'm hearing it all again.
Thank you, Councillor Meredith. Yeah, I have to say that's not strictly a point of order, but I do take the point. I can recall, which might be of interest to members, I can recall debate on the drafting of the Constitution, when indeed that particular point was specifically discussed. The suggestion was that Cabinet members' reports should be taken as read, and the Council should go straight into questions. That did not survive debate, and we have the constitutional arrangements which we now have. The Cabinet members have opportunity to highlight, and I stress highlight, issues that they want to do so within the concession of 2 minutes, and I'm sure most of them have done that extremely well. Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. You'll be pleased to hear that I intend to stick to the maximum of the time limit allowed and hopefully get done sooner. 2 points I do want to highlight, and this is why it's really important that we're given an opportunity to highlight, because Councillor Breeze has touched on this already, and it is in my report as well, but contact centre staff started taking first contact planning calls today. So we put that in the report and we said we're going to do this. So it's important that I give members an update on how that's gone, because the day's gone really well today. I think we've made a great start, taking those minor queries, how do you do this, how do you do that? And it's really important that it frees up planners' time. We've had some planners in there and in the days preceding the go live to impart that knowledge. But that's really going to help things. It's something that members are asking for, and it's something that today we've gone live with. So hopefully the rest of the week will go well. The other point that I wanted to raise and highlight is that the in-house recruitment team is up for an award. An awards category there around in-house recruitment, but importantly, they're not up against a bunch of other councils. I'm actually up against the likes of Trustpilot and Tesco. Now, I can assure members that our in-house recruitment team budget is significantly smaller than Tesco. I have no idea what Tesco's is, but I would wager anyone that ours is smaller. Now, I say this point a lot, and I think it's really important to highlight this, but the way that recruitment works has changed. The days of if you wanted a job with the council, you buy the Chron on a Thursday, those days are gone. So we have relationships with LinkedIn, with industry-specific forums, with industry-specific publications to go out there and get a really good level of applications and candidates in. And there's various stats and numbers out there that we have where say we've had hundreds of people apply for some roles recently, literally hundreds, as a direct result of those innovative ways that the in-house recruitment team have gone about how we recruit people to this authority in the new world of LinkedIn and all of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've had 20 minutes, actually, of the allotted 60 for this item, so we're doing reasonably well. As happened last time, we take questions to the portfolio holders in the order of their popularity, that's to say the number of questions members have posed for them. Members are reminded that questioners should notify the office before today or before the meeting, and it's not open to members to raise their hands and ask unless they've notified us in the meantime. So in this order, Councillors Nunn, Larritt, Golby, Longley, to be answered by someone else, Baker, Smith, Lister, Breeze, Brown and Hallam. So first of all, Councillor Nunn, questions from Councillors Purser, Beardsworth and Paul Clark. Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. refer to your emissions reduction plan in the report. Many of us welcome the leadership you've shown in bringing forward the sustainability plan. Given the high level of pollutants in the air of our towns and villages, would he commit to showing the same level of leadership in bringing the emissions reduction plan forward early next year?
Well, I think we've committed to do that. Thank you for your kind comments, and thank you to members of the council who've got behind our aspirations on that, which is cross-party. Lots of challenges around the clean air. We'll be having lots of debate about that today, but it is a pledge, if you like, that it will be coming forward as early as possible in next year. Yes, Bob, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Sally Bearsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. Pleased to hear the report from Adam Brown about the housing cladding. I think the most important thing is communication with the tenants to make sure that they're getting all the information they need. Secondly, the RAC situation. Can I say that the officers dealing with this have done a wonderful job, and I would like to pass on my congratulations to them because they've worked really diligently and put a lot of people's minds at rest as school children and parents by getting the schools done very quickly. I know some buildings still need to be done, and it's a shame about the Derngate, but I'm sure these things will be rectified as soon as possible. But they've done a sterling work to get where they are today, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
Yes, thank you. Well, just to comment and to agree, Councillor Beers with Sally, thank you. I think you're absolutely right. Our officers have done a terrific job. What a rotten thing to suddenly find we had an issue with. It's sort of come out of the blue, really, hasn't it? But yes, we'll deal with it as soon as we can. And thank you again for your kind comments about the team who have been doing that. Thank you.
Councillor Paul Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Nunn, given the recent letter sent to your area chairman by Conservative councillors requesting that the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner, Stephen Mould, should be deselected as a Conservative candidate for the next year's election, I ask if yourself and your Cabinet will be joining your 27 colleagues and call for his deselection. As I'm sure you would agree, I would like to think that West Northants Council and its members are completely signed up to the Nolan principles, something which Commissioner Mould, in his recent conduct regarding the appointment of his close friend to the role of interim Chief Fire Officer, appears to have broken indeed. The Police Crime Panel, chaired by your very own Councillor David Smith, concluded that he had fallen short of the required standards in many areas and made recommendations to improve his office. West Northants Council work extremely closely with the Office of Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner, and therefore it is vital that we have the highest standards to ensure the best outcomes for our residents. Simply put, Jonathan, does Mr. Mould have the full support of you and your Cabinet? I would appreciate a clear and concise answer to this question, please. No political jargon in reply, a simple yes, he has your full support, or no, he does not have your full support. Thank you.
Councillor Nunn. Councillor Clark, turn off, please, your microphone.
Thank you. It sounds like I've got a multi-choice question there, doesn't it? This hall, a few weeks ago, 5 hours the Police and Crime Panel sat for. Now, if I should suspect that I got better judgment than them over this issue. The second thing is you mentioned the party. Yes, it's a party matter, party you chose to no longer be a part of. So I'm not going to comment any further on that. I think overall he's admitted a mistake and he's done a good job with things like police numbers and so on. So I'd continue to work with him. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Larratt from Councillors Purser, Roberts, Smith and Humphreys. Councillor Bob Purser.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I understand the administration recently visited Leicester City Council to look at their city centre regeneration and active travel schemes. I wonder if Councillor Larratt could tell us what he learned from that visit about promoting active travel and the investment in buses.
Councillor Larratt.
I'm sorry to say, Councillor Purser, but I have not been to Leicester to look at anything. So I don't know where you got that from, but my apologies. I certainly haven't been. I think there was an event, but it wasn't an event that I attended.
Oh, there we are. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for Councillor Larratt around the Abington Active Travel Scheme briefings, but the invite to the briefing has arrived this afternoon, so that clears that one up. Excellent. Because I'm not allowed to just pop my hand up anymore, I would like to just use this opportunity, though, indulgence, seeing as I've cut short, just to thank Councillor Hallam for his conduct this week. We had a really good engagement on his report and issues, and it's actually meant that I didn't need to ask questions, so really useful. But also to say that I've had an excellent experience with member inquiries over the last few weeks, and I do hope that adding the planning work to them doesn't impact that excellent response we've had. So thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you. I see Councillor Clark's hand is raised consistently. Councillor Clark, you may not have got the answer that you wanted, but you did get an answer and you did occupy your 2 minutes of question time. Councillor Rosie Humphreys to Councillor Larratt. Oh, did I do? I'm terrible. You're absolutely right. Councillor Zoe Smith, I said next, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report on the public transport review. Can I urge that one of the things that's looked at as a part of that is improving our equality and diversity when it comes to the buses, as currently only one wheelchair user and one parent with a buggy can use the buses currently. And this is obviously, in terms of promoting active travel for all, this is a really unfortunate situation. So I think that's something that really needs to be looked at in terms of modernising the service and making it more accessible to everybody. And the other thing was just to reflect on the issue with the road closures at the half marathon the other week. Whilst the half marathon was an excellent event, something clearly went wrong with the road closure system. I think one of the replies that was received said, oh, nothing to do with highways, just unfortunate that there was an accident. I think the evidence of having been on the ground and seen some of the fallout would suggest that's not entirely the case and things could have been planned better. And given that some of the fallout were drivers being very aggressive to volunteers who were just ordinary people trying to do a roll, and also drivers driving dangerously up onto the pavement past cones, as well as an impact on other really good local events like the Rocking Road Runners Festival. What can the council do to avoid events like that having such a negative effect and dangerous effect on the road system in the future?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the first point about the diversity. Yes, I mean, I regularly get correspondence about access to public transport, whether it be buses, whether it be rail or whatever. So it is an important aspect that we will take on board and consider in the strategy. So please don't think we're ignoring it. It's very difficult. I know when I've been on buses and people have tried to get on with pushchairs, wheelchairs, it soon gets very crowded and the official spaces are taken up. So it does need addressing. And similarly, you know, we've got real big access issues at Long Buckby Station, which I'd love at some stage to overcome, because the only way is via a very high number of stairs. So diversity is very, very much in our considerations for our bus plan and for our LTP. So yeah, very important. On the other issue about road closures, yes, I understand the problems, but I do also understand the consultation that took place prior to the event, and I've seen correspondence that was sent out to the organisers to which no response was received. We did consult, we didn't get any response. Had we have got that, then I'm sure that would have been picked up. But I hear what you say. It is, we have had some issues, not just with that event, but with other events as well, where we've got to really look at how we actually consult, I think, because, as I say, that I've seen the letters that went out. They were sent to me because I queried it and all the problems there were, but there was no official response from the organisers. But yeah, I take your point.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Larritt, thank you for your report. The interim bus policy is going to be consulted on imminently, I understand, but will then be superseded by the local transport plan. How are residents going to be encouraged to engage in two consultations so soon after each other? I also wanted to ask you whether both consultations will have a specific question about the concessionary fare scheme. At the last Cabinet meeting, I mentioned the case of a disabled student in my ward who's anxious about how he will afford to get to work when he finds employment, as his bus pass can't be used before 9:30 in the morning. As regards the interim active travel strategy, can you give an assurance as to when this will be signed off? I see at last November's full council meeting it was going to be ready by December 22, then at the March meeting by April this year, and now it's October. You'll recall that cycle lanes and active travel were the most prevalent themes in the Big Conversation online consultation last summer, and both this strategy and the consultation on the Daventry and Brackley LC whips have been delayed by around 12 months. It's difficult for residents to feel confident in the council's aspiration when progress is so slow. It seems that recruiting to the transport team is an interminable process. And finally, could you give a guess estimate for the recruitment of a flood officer and a tree officer? They're both crucial posts for the council's sustainability aims. Thank you.
Councillor Larritt.
Thank you, Chairman. Perhaps, Councillor Humphreys, in a minute you could repeat your last point, because I'm afraid I didn't quite catch that. But the interim bus strategy policy is being looked at and will be consulted upon in the very near future. It is only an interim policy pending the LTP, so it will be reviewed after we've been out to consultation on the local transport plan. So it will be reviewed so that it fits with the LTP, local transport plan. Concessionary fares, that's something we've got under review. There are probably going to be some changes in that. What we're concerned about is government clawback of finance. If that doesn't happen, we may be in a position to do something to help. If money is clawed back, then it will make life very difficult. But it is on our radar, and we are actively considering that. Active travel again. Active travel strategy again sits below the LTP. So we are continuing to press ahead with active travel because it's only appropriate that we should. We've got schemes that are funded and we need to get those up and running. We're still bidding for money and we're being successful in bidding for money, and we want to get what funding we can to take active travel forward. But as the hierarchy of strategies is that it sits under the LTP. So that's why things are being a bit delayed there. And I think your last point was an update on the tree and flood officer appointment. As I understand it, both the tree and the nature recovery officer posts are currently out for recruitment. They're currently being recruited at the moment, that's my understanding. Flood officer, we've just finished going through the job process, job evaluation process, and are about to go out to recruitment. As you know, we did go out to recruitment unsuccessfully a little while ago. Therefore, we put the jobs through the evaluation process. They've now gone through that process, and we're about to go out again to recruitment. Hopefully, in light of that, we'll be more successful.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Matt Golby from Councillors Duffy, Roberts, Smith and Humphreys. Councillor Janice Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The fire regulations introduced in February 2023 are causing lack of discretion by MPH and extreme stress to many of their tenants, both private and rental, who live in flats in my ward. These flats do not have cladding, as well as families. Yeah. Tenants are most mindful of safety, as any common sense person is, and the need for health and safety and fire regulations. Families living in one-bedroom flats with 2 children, a challenge in itself, some of whom are autistic, demand special consideration and discretion from MPH. Young children need exercise in their gardens, close to their homes for safety. Removing trampolines is both excessively bureaucratic and unnecessary because they are packed away at the end of summer. They present no fire or health risk. I've asked MPH with what playgroups, etc., do they intend to replace the trampolines, but I have not received any answer. I've contacted the LAP East, whose remit is connectivity and health, but no consideration there for these stressed out families. The tenants affected have agreements from their neighbours in their use of the garden in this way. The tenants cut their own grass despite the grounds rates MPH charge, so there's discretion both ways. Health and safety and fire regulations and their need is understood, but the draconian bureaucratic stance of MPH in its eagerness to tick this box is unacceptable in its severity. More discretion, less bureaucracy, please, MPH. These are families and people you're talking about, MPH, and not robots. These children need exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golby. Councillor Duffy, is your microphone switched off?
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be happy to take up the issue for Councillor Duffy, but I think it's more of a MPH issue that was being described, and I think Councillor Adam Brown could perhaps cover that in his section, if that's okay.
Yes, you've nothing further to add. Okay. Councillor Councillor Emmy Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions for Councillor Golby. Well, one is a question and one is a bit of a plea, really. There seems to be some confusion around the household support fund vouchers being run through the voluntary sector, not being caused by the voluntary sector, I must add, but lots of those partners are having to close the delivery of the vouchers to existing clients, so people don't know whether or not they can go and visit these locations to obtain the vouchers. And there seems to be some confusion with our staff sending people to any food bank for the vouchers. So not all food banks are administering the vouchers or a part of the scheme because they've only got volunteers and they're unable to administer it. And I had 6 people at the food bank today who were sent by us, to my food bank, to get the vouchers. And that's not something we've decided to administer because we don't have the capacity. So can we try and work together to maybe smooth that out as quickly as we can? The second question is another incident occurred today, and I've had 4 incidents over the last year where people have had their gas capped for one reason or another. That's their gas cut off, but by choice. I mean, I find that horrific. I appreciate that you don't have the portfolio for properties, and I appreciate Councillor Brown does, and I did try to catch him before the meeting. But the well-being and health implications of this, when we've got families who are having their gas capped because they have got a debt on their gas, I think it's massive, and I'd love it if you'd perhaps work with me to investigate what that really is in Northamptonshire, what the impact of that is, and perhaps how many people we've got affected, to see what we can achieve as part of the work on our anti-poverty strategy, and obviously to support health and well-being. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Golby.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Roberts. First point around confusion. I haven't heard of any of those incidences, and I would hope that it's not an issue of the voluntary sector getting in a muddle. But I'll look into that, and I'm happy to work with you to see if anything's happening and there's anything we can influence. Second point on hearing about families having a gas capped, that's an awful thing, isn't it? We've talked about all that sort of stuff. I hope we've tried to put advice in for people through the anti-poverty work and everything else. But again, I'll be very happy to try and do what we can to help. So send me an email or give me a call or something, and I'll be very happy to try and do what I can. Thank you.
Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Really good to hear about the work being done around the suicide prevention and the talking strategies. I just would like some reassurance that when people disclose things that are on their minds or issues or thoughts of suicide, that there is some really solid, concrete support that WNC can offer in terms of resources, actions, support and mental health intervention. As there is always a danger in a narrative that talks around, tells somebody when somebody is experiencing mental health difficulties that they do tell somebody and there's no support out there for them. It is really good to get people to talk, but you have to make sure that the resources are there when they do and that they're robust enough to deal with the crises and the difficulties that people may be experiencing.
Councillor Golby.
Yes, thank you for raising the point. And I think what was happening with the travelling sofa and encouraging people to talk was fantastic. And I'm not an expert in this area, but I go to the suicide prevention group. There's a whole strategy that underpins an amazing amount of work that goes on across both the north and the west. I'll be happy to ask a question on your behalf around getting some assurance. When I went to speak to people, I went and visited the couch. There was it's in partnership with NHFT, so they have their resource behind it, and also with volunteers as well. There were some very powerful stories from people that turned up to try and support the event, to say, you know, we're here, we help with this issue, and they got some, like I say, very powerful stories about incidences and mental health conditions that they hopefully have moved on, having had the right level of support. So, going back to your point, assurance, I'll ask a question and see if we can get something for you. Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report, Councillor Golby. Just a couple of questions, really. High numbers of vacancies you report in adult social care. Could you give an indication of how many and what it's costing the council in agency fees? As regards falls prevention, is there any information on how many falls are caused by poor pavement service? And might the budget for pavements and footpaths reflect the public health message for everyone to get more active? And finally, your report gives details on support to be given to residents in Northampton Central LAP who suffer from COPD. While these measures will undoubtedly help them manage their chronic health issues, do you agree this is very much treating the symptoms and not the cause? This part of Northampton has very poor air quality, so until this is addressed, there'll be continue to be a high incidence of this debilitating disease. Thank you.
Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to agency staff and falls, I'll request some data and get that sent on to you because I don't have that to hand. The work on the COPD, which basically on the COPD conditions in central Northampton, basically was led from the fact that that area has twice the England average of admissions into A&E with COPD and all the different contributing factors, and there's some really good work going on there. I think a part of it is understanding what the cause is so we can try and do something about it. That obviously links to the wider work of the council on air quality as well. There's also, you know, we need to understand what we can do in terms of prevention as well. So I agree, there's a lot of work that we need to look into there that that will hopefully form into something very positive that not only will help the central ward, the central LAP, if you like, but the rest of the area, both rural and urban, and also reduce hospital admissions, which will help everybody within the whole of our patch to create more capacity within the hospital as well. So I haven't got a magic answer to your question, but there's some great work going on that we can all hopefully benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you. We have finance questions from Councillors Holland, Delamere, Barrett and Jonathan Harris. Councillor Nunn, do you wish to nominate yourself or Councillor Parker, or wait until you hear what the question is before you do that?
We'll perhaps do it jazz style, see if we can both chip in and answer, otherwise come back with written answers. Happy to, Chairman. Thank you.
Well, we'll see who stands up. We'll see who speaks. All right. Councillor Keith Holland, Delamere.
Thank you to Martin Henry for briefing myself and Councillor Harris on the finance situation. Just really an urge for transparency that following the visits to the Children's Trust, that basically the findings are made available to the relevant office overview and scrutiny committees to make sure that councillors have an oversight and understanding of the challenges and what ways we as a local authority can mitigate the challenges to the Children's Trust, and also an openness about what projects are in the pipeline. There's been alluding to it, but actually there isn't always a full transparency about what plans are in the pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think with Councillor Longley going there today, I don't want to preempt, to be honest with you, Keith. Sorry, Councillor Delamere. From what he's saying, I mean, it's good that in actual fact he was invited in to the financial meeting, and I would want to see him and see what was said, because what we don't want is it just to be a one-off. We want that to continue so we actually understand what the real issues are in the Children's Trust. But I will speak to him when I see him next week. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Harry Barrett.
Oh, yeah, thank you. This has gone in writing today to Councillor Longley, so it's up to you, Councillor Nunn, if you want to answer or divert back to that. So basically, it's on that line, really. It's, again, why now? It's not something that we're lucky enough to be invited in. We know that we can call in to do that, and we can say that we wanted to go in. So why has it taken this point to do that? It's not as that sounds, Councillor Parker, either, because the way you phrased it is if we're allowed in, we're lucky to be in. That's not how it was put to us 2 years ago in the contract. We can actually be on that finance panel or board or however it's called. And my question is why it's taken for now, after 3 essential comments by Councillor Longley over the last 2 years about the financial problems. Thanks.
Actually, if I may chip in on that one, Chairman, that process is there. It's set out as a fairly heavy-duty legal process. What we've been successful in doing is not going down a full legal process, but an informal process that will still give us that visibility, but which the Trust have welcomed us to come in to do. I suppose we rely on the Trust figures. That's the way it was set up. What this is now saying is let's get in there. We don't know what we'll find. We may find some things that we can advise them on, which they'll value and that will lead to savings and better quality. We may find that we need to revise our thoughts on what the actual budget requirement is. I think confidence is growing continually in the figures that they quote us. But now is the right time. Discussions have been what they've been so far. The relationship is such that now is the time to go in and help, I think Councillor Barrett. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. This question really is for the sake of clarity and wider public record. In the most recent period 4 forecast, which has been discussed at a number of meetings already, but not at full council, the overall outturn is projected to be £2.8 million of overspend, but this is after an adjustment of £11.5 million of technical centrally controlled budgets being used to offset, 8.2 million of which is from general contingency. So my question is, what is the balance, the difference, if you like, between the 11.5 and the 8.2? And could we get confirmation that that is a one-off that now cannot be utilised again in the future? We talk about the budget being less than 1% or 0.7% overspend, and I think it's important for the public to understand that this is potentially as the result of some contingency being utilised. Thank you.
Thank you. The figures are there. The contingency has been used, so that's gone now. The differences were the general contingency of 8.2 million and the improved interest rate yield of 3.3 million. So that's when interest rates go up. Ironically, we make more money. So I think that was your question. Is that right?
I think thank you. Yeah, so clarification then is that is a one-off effectively. That's now gone, finished.
That's correct.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Baker from Councillors Smith and Bearsworth. Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I wondered if I could pick up on the fact that we were unable to secure that government funding when Northants were. That's really concerning, given that we know the levels of support that are needed by children in our community within West Northampton, most particularly given some of the levels of need in Northampton, particularly as a large urban area, but across the area as well. So I'm really concerned as to whether we can know a little bit more about why the government didn't feel that our children needed that sort of support in our area. And then just picking up on the youth work, I've made the point before, but it's always just worth reiterating. These things are wonderful. I'm just interested in what we're doing really specifically to ensure that those who might not automatically have a voice or be the first people to come forward or feel able to speak out or trust figures of authority are really supported to be the drivers of this and to be the people, they're the ones we most need to hear from in youth. So it's what we're doing to ensure that it's those young people who are able to do this.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you. As you say, we're all very disappointed that we didn't get funding. The understanding that I have from government is that they gave the funding to 75 of the most deprived areas in the country. And unfortunately, because Northampton is joined to those of us in the rural area, Northampton is quite high up in the deprivation chart. But once you add it to all of the people in Daventry and South Northants, it drops down to a number 135, I think is the number that we are. But I have been assured, I don't know how assured you can be, that we will be in the next tranche of funding. But the other side of that is just to say that my colleagues in the North tell me it's very prescriptive, if that's the right word. So in actual fact, the work that we're doing on our first family hub, and we will be doing 2 more, one in Northampton, one in Daventry, we can do whatever we like. We don't have to fit into the government guidelines. And the youth work that we're doing, we've started up all sorts of initiatives with our care leavers and our SEND young people who have been, you're not in the building, but those of you, the officers that work in the building know that I have a regular traipse round of lots of people coming in to meet people. We've had interviews, we've had committee meetings, we've tried to show them how to get work, etc., etc. There's quite a lot of work going on, which will hopefully be in my next report for the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally Bearsworth.
Thank you, Chair. In your report, you said that the fostering service was inadequate judgment, but since the return of them, they've seen changes in compliance notices which have been issued at the time. Surely our officers know what compliance and what needs to be done without Ofsted coming in to show them where they're not getting the service right. It seems to me that we are waiting for Ofsted to come in to find out where we've got mistakes, to tell them where we're going wrong. And I think we really have to make, changes in compliance notice, to me, shows that our officers aren't actually aware of these problems before Ofsted comes in. So I'm glad Ofsted's come in. I'm hoping that they'll sort it out. And also, I've noticed down here, you said strengthening partnership arrangements to support MASH, that's the Multi-Agency Safeguarding Hub functions. Those, to me, are essentials, and I'm sure you are as concerned as I am. That's one of the main things that we need to, specific areas of identification that we need to improve on.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you. I think I tried to explain to you earlier that we had an inspection of the fostering service when the inspection of the children's service happened, and it had a good inspection at that period. The next inspection was of an independent fostering organisation, and that was a totally different inspection, and it was the first one we've ever had of those. And there were various things that we didn't comply to, like different types of record keeping, etc., etc. Those have now been addressed. They have been back and said that the service has greatly improved. So we're hoping very much that the next time they come in, we will get a much better result. It was just a learning curve for us really to start, well, for the officers to start really being an independent fostering agency instead of an in-house one. And as to the MASH, we've got lots of plans going forward, because at the moment there seems to be nowhere our colleagues in schools and police, etc., to refer young people. So the MASH are getting an awful lot of referrals, which turn out not to be needing to, the children don't need to be taken further. So plans are in place to have a lot more support in place to support schools and the police so that we can have a triage before they go to the MASH. So that's the work that's going on at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor David Smith, taking questions from Councillors Smith and Meredith. Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Really good to read the part of the report that looks at Northampton Pride. This is really important, and these events are fantastic, and the community's really put in a lot of work. I also attended Deanshanger Pride, which was also a really wonderful event. I was just wondering what the council can do to challenge some of the members of central government who at the moment are threatening to row back on measures to ban conversion therapy, which is an incredibly cruel and damaging process and something that's inflicted on many LGBT people, and also to challenge those members of the government who are suggesting that issues of minor discrimination, such as living in a country where you can be executed for being LGBT or where people are frequently murdered, shouldn't be a cause for LGBT people to seek asylum and safety in the UK. It's brilliant, some of the work that we do with our LGBT communities in Northampton, but we do have asylum-seeking LGBT people in Northampton. We do have people who are at risk of conversion therapy, and it's really important that we support those people and we support the LGBT community when it really counts and when it's really crucial, as well as putting on brilliant and very visible community events like Pride. And I'm just wondering what the council can do to ensure that we are always an advocate for our LGBT community.
Councillor Smith.
Happy to take this in a separate conversation with you directly, I think, because these are a complex process or complex area. Clearly, central government is one thing and local government is another. Clearly, you've seen the great work we're doing, and that runs, as a golden thread throughout the community service. You may see or you will have read in the domestic abuse summary in the report that we're looking at areas there as well. So I think I'm very happy, in fact, for us to sit down with the team and go through this in more detail with you. Thank you for your questions, Zoe.
Thank you, Dennis. Meredith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 10 years ago, I brought up the issue within my division to say it's one of the most deprived areas within the town. It has fallen on deaf ears, I'm afraid. Within the last 10 years, I've been trying to get a new community centre for the residents of Southfields, which is an area which is greatly neglected by this council. I did call for a few years ago for this council to give £1 million towards the eastern side of the town, and I said to them that I could spend this money within 3 weeks to improve the area. That has been totally ignored. I invited Councillor Larratt and Councillor Golby to come to visit, and they understood the problems that I have in Southfields. I've mentioned this to David Smith on a number of occasions. I've now been told that the Southfields Community Centre has been put on ice, that they can't possibly put it where I wanted it to go. And I was just wondering, if my area had been a Conservative area, would I have had my community centre by now? And the answer to that, sit down, please, sit down. You're not chairman now.
You're not chairman now. Sit down, for God's sake.
Councillor Meredith, you have 20 seconds to wind up.
Well, he's interrupting. He still thinks he's chair. He still thinks he's chair. Sit down. Honestly.
Councillor
Andre.
I will allow Councillor Meredith to finish his question and then take your point of
Yeah,
order.
so
Councillor Meredith.
I'm asking Mr. Chairman for David Smith to, as a matter of urgency, to really come up with something. Because it's just, it's just impossible that Sourfields and the Falklands are the neglected area of this administration. So please do something.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, taking Councillor Savage in a minute. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. 10 years, yeah, I hear what you're saying. Visited the area, toured the area with you a couple of years ago. You tell me, I mean, clearly we want to improve whatever area, irrespective of who the ward councillors are, etc., etc. But, Councillor Meredith, we had the COVID recovery grants available to every single councillor. And in the Talavera ward, one of your councillors didn't spend any of their funds. Another one didn't spend all of their funds. And every single ward councillor, we actually changed the policy so where a ward councillor wasn't spending the money in their ward, that the other ward councillors could, and you didn't.
I mean, that's just not true. I have no money left at all. I never had any money left at all. No, Mr. Chairman, this is an accusation which is untrue. And he knows it. It's untrue. And please withdraw that, because I'm one of the councillors that does actually spend my money. So don't come here and make accusations that you're not true. If you don't believe me, go and ask. My money is spent.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on now, Councillor Andre González de Savage was undoubtedly going to remind me that we've met 60 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman.
I knew you were going to say that. Which we have. I'm anxious, just to clear matters up, we will hear questions to Councillor Lister, and then we'll take a 10-minute break. Questions to Councillor Lister are from Councillors Jolly and Beersworth. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you, Chair. I know you quickly brushed over the market, but I was quite surprised there was no mention about the market in your report, considering the discovery of the artefacts recently and also the summer activities. And can you advise if there is going to be a delay in the completion date, as there has been real bad rumours all across the Cron? So can you just confirm that? And also, what are you doing and advising the traders about it?
Councillor Lister.
Thank you. We've offered to speak to the Cron, who has declined to come and meet with us on the market, actually, so perhaps they should come and get their news from the source rather than just making stuff up. But the market is on time at the moment, and everyone has been advised by that, as we did with BBC and ITV this week.
Thank you. Councillor Beersworth.
Thank you, Chair. Originally, when this project came to light, I spoke to the first portfolio holder on it and suggested then that they would fund a minibus to bring people from the bus station down to the market and take them back. It could be run from 8:30 in the morning till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, when most of the market traders are closing down anyway. It wouldn't be a huge cost, and it would put the market better on the map. Imagine my surprise when I found out we are now paying taxes to take people one way from the market square to the bus station. Not both ways, just one way. And I just thought to myself, it's like shutting the door after the horse is bolted. You know, surely we suggested this. We asked if it was possible. We were told it wasn't possible, it wasn't affordable. And now we're paying taxi companies to transport elderly people and people with large bags back to the bus station. But we're not bringing them to the market at all. Please do something about this, because it's totally irrational.
Thank you. Thank you. I think the councillor should possibly check how much it costs to run a minibus for 9 hours a day or 8 hours a day versus single trips on market to taxis in the market for single people. It's not affordable to run a minibus all day, every day. But what it is affordable to do is when people want access to get to the market, to offer them a taxi to and from the market and back to the bus station again. We constantly listen to the traders. It was another suggestion the traders suggested, and we did it. We are actively doing things to increase the footfall down there, and we would encourage everyone to visit the market and support our traders. Thank you.
Thank you. We traditionally break for 10 minutes or so about this time. We've had 66 minutes, I think, on that particular item, so we have extended it. Those members who have not yet collected their council badges, they are available at the back from Roger. Restart again promptly at 7:10. Thank you. Receive the reports of the Cabinet members and the record of decisions from the Cabinet meetings held in July and September. May I have the assent of the meeting for that purpose? Thank you. I have. Annual reports from Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to have to shout above the din. Chairman, I shall formally propose the adoption of the reports from the Scrutiny Committees to Council. There are 3 reports, but I shall leave Rosie and Dermot to speak for the work of their individual committees, and I'll confine my work to the Corporate Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I do, however, have a question for Council, is that the next item is the report from the Standards Committee, but where is the report from the Audit Committee, which would also be, in my view, the missing one. I know there might be a formal audit report, but it does feel odd that we don't have one from the Audit Committee as well. Chair, I wish to start with a word of thanks to all those who've supported the work of the committee in the past 12 months. We are especially well served by Tracy Tiff, Richard Woods and Maisie McGuinness. They managed to give coherence to our committee deliberations and my incoherent ramblings. Martin Henry and his finance team are always in our debt, and when we ask for any report or explanation, it arrives speedily and with written plain English, no matter how complex the answer. So thank you, one and all. I also wish to thank all the members of the committee for their time and input. All the names are listed in the report. However, as we moved from 4 committees to 3, this one was reduced in size, and can I especially thank those who left the committee, and I'll come back to them in a minute. We can have a wide range of views, but it is always interesting to see that, in the most part, members are focused on similar outcomes to improve the Council and its services for our residents and businesses. The report sets out our work for the last year. It is centred around finances of the Council and the internal workings. And of course, the temptation is to meddle everywhere, as everything has a budget and a pound sign in front of it, and it could be arguably part of our remit, but I do try and resist that. We did our work on budget monitoring and performance monitoring throughout the year. We've had budget scrutiny, and I must welcome the fact that the administration has taken on board some of our recommendations from last year to this year about improving the process, and it'll be interesting to see how that pans out over the coming weeks. As a committee, we've done a report on systems to Cabinet, which I would recommend that all members read if they haven't done so already, and other areas of interest are listed: pay and grading, transformation, revenues and benefits service, the annual report from the local government ombudsman. In the interest of saving time, I won't list what members can read, but I hope all will see this committee has attempted to cover a wide range of ground. We will remain a critical friend to the administration and Cabinet. Whether that's too much critic and not enough friend, or too much friend and not enough critic, I'm sure others will judge. Finally, Chairman, I wish to make a plea for help. As mentioned, the size of the committee was reduced this year. Now, in the forthcoming weeks, we will have budget scrutiny to do again. And in the past, we've split into task and finish groups to look at areas in greater depth. With a smaller number on the committee, if we split it, we'll just not be able to do what we've done in the past. I just remind members, you do not have to be a member of a scrutiny committee to be on a task and finish group. And I ask for a few extra hands, please, to assist with the budget scrutiny. When later in the year members say, who allowed that, to find out it was tucked away on page 386 of the budget report, it might be annoying, but with more eyes on the pages, then these issues can be raised, addressed and debated. So please, if you want to help, let me know, or committee administration, and it will be gratefully received. So, Chairman, I move that the Council accepts the annual reports from the Overview and Scrutiny Committees as set out.
Thank you. Dermot Bambridge.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to say a few words before seconding that. I'm just very, very pleased and proud of what was achieved by the committee. They worked ever so hard. We managed to get everything done, sometimes a little bit late, but we managed to get all voices heard, which I think was most important. The list of what we've done is in the paperwork, so I won't go through it, but I'd just like to say that some of those have started the ball rolling on important matters. For example, the waste and resources strategy was in a meeting of that just the other night, and that is going in a very interesting direction, and it's going to be a very important part of our work in the future. But in particular, I'd like to mention the tree policy and strategy. That was a real magnus opus in that respect, and I'd particularly like to thank Councillor Pinter Chauhan on that. She worked incredibly hard, and so did the rest of the team, on putting that together. And when that eventually comes through as a proper adopted policy, I think it'll be very significant to the nature in this county. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you, and I'm very proud and pleased to second the proposal.
Thank you. I have 3 notified speakers, Councillors Purser, Duffy and Sharps. Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. My comments are really from Councillor Randall. And her observation is that we have high levels of apologies at meetings, and when people are at meetings, often there's a relatively low level of participation. And if we're going to do scrutiny, we've got to do it well, and we've got to be properly engaged with it. Her suggestion is that if people are struggling to make meetings or don't have an interest in those meetings, they should discuss it with their leadership, and that we need to make scrutiny really work, and we need to be properly engaged in this as a process, because it is the way that we add value to the work that this authority does. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Randall, in giving her apologies for today's meeting, said that she would be avidly watching the proceedings on YouTube. I take this opportunity to wish her well, as she apparently has a degree of COVID. Councillor Janice Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The new housing estate's being built near Talavera.
Right, Councillor Duffy, could you move your microphone slightly down to your
Beg your
voice?
pardon.
That's right.
I want to speak about flooding in the place, an ONS place. Where am I? The new housing estates being built near Talavera are making the importance of flood defences more acute. Flooding in Talavera is becoming more frequent, especially in Clock Tower and parts of Crestwood Road, and despite my attempts to get something done, nothing's been done. The runoffs from these new mass housing estates will produce extra water heading straight into Talavera's waterways and lakes, which presently, and for a considerable time now, have been in a complete state of neglect and an eyesore, especially top and bottom lakes of Kingfisher and Dragonfly. WNC has said there is no contract until 2028 for regeneration of these waterways and lakes. But in the meantime, what protection is being given to stop the runoffs from the new housing estates? I've made inquiries and been told that the trees on Round Spinney, which stand as a kind of flood barrier to absorb excess water, have no maintenance contracts, I have been informed. It appears that Talavera gets all the disadvantages and picks up the ecological bill from the new housing estates because of additional pollution from the runoffs, as mentioned, and the extra traffic on the A43. And Talavera receives none of the benefits. What is being done to improve the unacceptable level of neglect of Talavera lakes and waterways to cope with the changing environmental conditions and before 2028? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharp.
Thank you. I wanted to commend the Scrutiny Committee on their work, particularly the work that they are doing with or have done with the local LAP and the modernising of systems within the IT, particularly because these are a web within every strategy so far that we have. The critical friend, I think, is a good balance between as my fellow councillor said, being both critical and a friend, and important to the work we do. So I'd just like to congratulate the committee on their work.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Grant.
Thank you, Chairman. I just really wanted to thank Councillor Ian McCord for the work that he did as Chairman. As his deputy last year, it was a very good working together relationship. And as Ian said, the actual scrutiny work that we did on the budget was very good. I think members got a lot of good feelings about what they were actually looking into. I think it was quite good opportunities. I think the groups broke up, were very well received. And at the end of the day, Cabinet were able to take a number of the recommendations on board in setting the budget. So, Ian, it goes without saying, if you'd like to support this year, I'd be very happy to help again.
Thank you. Any further members wishing to contribute? In the absence, then, I ask Ian McCord to respond to the debate, after which we will vote upon his proposition.
Thank you, Chair. Can I also just send my best wishes to Wendy? Hello, Wendy, if you're watching. You're probably the only one, but we might as well say hello and be friendly. Councillor Duffy, I'm not quite sure what your point was in relation to the report, but nonetheless it was well made. And can I just thank Andrew for his kind words. So there's nothing further to add. I suggest, Chairman, you move to vote.
Thank you. The proposition is to receive the report as introduced. Those in favour, please vote yes, no, or abstain. Unanimous approval? Yep, unanimous. Thank you very much. Andrew Grant. So your mic's on. Okay, should be okay now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Councillor Suresh Patel, the Chairman of the Democracy and Standing Committee, is unable to be here tonight, I would like to take the opportunity to talk briefly on the work carried out by the committee during the period from June 22 to May 23. The committee met on 6 occasions, and highlights of the committee work includes the local government boundary review, which affected all 93 elected members. Considerable work was undertaken by many members of the council, and recommendations were made to full council. The committee also had the role of overseeing members' development and identifying training and mandatory training needs as necessary. The committee undertakes a review of various sections of the council's constitution. Now, Mr. Chairman, I've been a councillor for over 32 years in 3 different authorities, and was also a twin-hatted member for 8 years as well. And I can say that during my time, very rarely, and I'm not saying rarely, but quite often, constitutional items were not on the agendas. Well, as a new authority, with a new constitution, we are continually with regular items coming to committee. In the last year, we had 6 council meetings where an item was on the agenda for changes to the constitution. I'm sure members will agree this is good for democracy that we continue to amend and improve the constitution where necessary. Obviously, I'd like to finish by thanking the members of the committee for the work they all undertook in the year, the independent members, because their input is important into the code of conduct complaints, the monitoring officer for her guidance, and of course the support and dedication of the Democratic Services staff members. Mr. Chairman, I ask the Council to approve the recommendations in paragraph 3, which is to note the annual report of the 22-23 of the Democracy and Standards Committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To second that, Daniel Cribbin.
Thank you, Chair. Just happy to second the report, and that's all I need to say for that. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps and then Councillor Harris. Sue Sharps.
I have one thing to say, and that's I wish to continue to work with the Committee of Standards, and only to improve it as we move forward. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a small observational comment to make also. In the report in our documents, we have a hot link for the summary of Code of Conduct issues. An important part of Democracy and Standards is to have a full overview of the types of issues that are emerging. If somebody wants to access this report and ask for example, a printed copy, that makes it pretty impossible for you to be able to see that information, which I think is important information for members of the public. So my request is that for future reports, can we please make sure that we include the summary of issues within the report rather than just simply providing a link? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members wishing to speak? In the absence, then Andrew Grant to resume, to sum up.
Well, thank you, Sue. Obviously, I think all members would take the same view that that's exactly what we want to see. Jonathan, I think I will ask the officers, I'll ask Mr. Hanson to look into that and see what we can actually do and see what can be achieved. I move the report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Vote on that, please. Thank you. 59-61 in favour, 1 abstention. Thank you. Community Governance Review. Councillor Grant.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Following the recent changes by the Boundary Commission for the wards and elections to West Northamptonshire Council in May 2025, it is necessary to undertake a review of the parish and town councils to coincide also with the council elections that will take place in May 2025. As part of the initial council consultation, the council has already written to all parishes in our electoral area. Members will see in the appendix of the report a considerable number of parishes and town councils wish to have items dealt with as part of the review. I would like to make, if I may, Mr. Chairman, 2 minor changes to the recommendation, which I hope full council will agree and approve. On 2.1, on Appendix 1, which is paragraph 8, the indicative timetable, we've had a request from Danny Moody from NALCAC, who, following a recent meeting of the larger parishes, has asked if we could extend the initial consultation stage from the 27th of January 2024 until the 1st of February 2024. And also the same, on the same table, the consultation on draft recommendations from the 26th of July to the 1st of August 2024. This is just to ensure that any parishes or town councils that meet at the very end of the month have an opportunity to make sure they meet the deadlines. Having consulted with the officers and the chairman, obviously, Councillor Patel, I'm happy to make these minor changes and hope you will approve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Kilbride, sorry.
Just in time, just in time. Thank you very much, Chair. Happy to second. It's a solid report, and thank you. Nothing else to add.
Thank you. 3 speakers notified. Councillors Roberts, Harris and Sharps. Emma Roberts. No. Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. A small point may or may not be relevant specifically to the community governance review, but it links to the boundary changes. Can I just make a plea to ensure that we have a solid communication plan for warding changes for all areas affected, and not just do it once but multiple times, and perhaps make sure that we do some checking to ensure that understanding has been received at the residents' end. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Sharps.
Nothing, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just ask that on table 6.1, the parish of Yardley Gobian gets added to that? To the best of my knowledge, they did express an interest, and it doesn't appear to have made the cut. And I did check with the clerk earlier today, and she told me that she had expressed the interest in that. And I would also just say to members that whilst this might actually feel as dry and boring, we need to tread carefully. When South Northants did the last parish review like this, we did something really controversial and drastic in moving the Toaster racecourse into the parish of Toaster. And that resulted in about 150 people turning up to tell us how that was all wrong and should never happen. So this could be interesting, and things that look very innocuous on paper can sometimes cause quite a stir locally. Let's see what happens.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Yes, I'm asked, could you repeat the parish, Ian, that you want to be added?
Yeah, Yardley Gobian.
Yardley Gobian. Thank you. That wasn't quite recorded up here. Thank you. Andrew Grant.
Well, can I just thank the members for their contributions? Certainly, it is important. As we know, a number of changes, because of our own changes, do result in some boundary changes. Some will be positive, and I'm sure, as Ian has just said, some will be challenging. But I think the members of the committee are well versed. I think there's going to be very good engagement with all of you. That was agreed at the last committee to ensure that everybody was kept abreast of exactly what is being proposed. And obviously there will be plenty of opportunity in the next year for discussions to take place. So I move the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With the small alteration, can we vote on that, please? Move to approve the report. Thank you. That's unanimous. Update to the Constitution. Councillor Grant.
Yes, I'll be brief here, Mr. Chairman, if I may. Cabinet considered a report in July of 2021 to improve the effective management transactions relating to the Council's property portfolio. Cabinet agreed a number of delegations to be incorporated into the Constitution when at that time the wide-ranging review was being overseen by Democracy and Standards Committee, which had concluded or did conclude in December of 2021. The changes that had been agreed by Cabinet were omitted from the review. Therefore, at the last meeting of the Democracy and Standards Committee, they have actually approved the new recommendations which you have before you tonight. Also at the committee, Mr. Chairman, we have additional statutory requirements to have a proper officer identified for the new Fire Safety Act 2021, the Building Safety Act 2022, and the Social Housing Regulation Act of 2023. Now, the officer who is now appointed to this role is the Director of Communities and Opportunities. This was again reported to the last meeting of Democracy and Standards, but the decision had already been implemented under delegated powers by the monitoring officer. But it's here tonight for your noting. Mr. Chairman, I have pleasure in moving the report as outlined in the recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hinge to second. Councillor Hinge.
Yeah, I'm happy to second it, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Two speakers notified, Councillors Sharps and Clark. Sue Sharps.
Nothing to say, thank you.
Thank you. Paul Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just quickly ask, with my previous question, why I was refused supplementary? The one to...
You're referring to earlier questions.
Exactly.
Your two minutes was used up.
Well, you seem to let everybody else that bit. Can I just also mention that the leader of the council didn't look good, and public can see that with his treatment of me with contempt.
What is your comment on the Constitution?
Right, I'll do that now.
11, please.
I just wanted that to go on record. Right, change the Constitution. Can we get some clarity that members will be involved, especially where there are community assets involved? We need to have a system that allows for an officer to advise members of their intent to do something, but we then have some call in system to allow a review. Officers may not be aware of community uses for assets, and we need to ensure these are not disposed of without any member input at all. What is the safeguards proposed to prevent this? This is now 8 or 9 changes in the Constitution. We have changed at almost every meeting. Can we be told when we can expect that fundamental inquiry as to what sort of governance this council should have? We were promised that the cabinet system would be reviewed. If we are to consider change, it must be ready to go live from the annual meeting following the 2025 election. We need that review now to have time to report and consider if we want to change to a less centralised form of decision making. Can we be updated when that is scheduled for? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to inform Councillor Clark that it may not be widely known, but there is a publicly available list of assets being considered for disposal that could be offered out to VCSE groups or for commercial sale. If he searches on the West Northamptonshire Council website, I'm sure he'll be able to find it. If he has any difficulties, he's welcome to drop me an email and I'll provide the link to him. And thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Grant.
Can I thank Councillor Brown there for his helpful intervention, which I think is very useful. I think it is an important document. I think it's always important that when assets are being sold on, that in fact we ensure that it's being done for the right reason. I know Cabinet have put this delegation in place to ensure smooth running, but I'm absolutely convinced there will be nothing going through which hasn't got some involvement of the Cabinet, that they're aware of what's going on. I wouldn't suddenly expect to see a piece of land of prime nature being sold when nobody within the council has actually had that information. I'm sure Cabinet will be keeping a watchful eye on that, as will any member who obviously sees anything. I move the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Please vote on updates to the Constitution as recommended. (60 and 4 abstentions), 60 in favour, 4 abstentions. That is carried. Thank you. Item 12, Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a report we bring all the time where when appointments go above £100,000 a year, and we include in that interims and agency staff for full transparency. Now, the last time I brought one of these reports, verbally on the night I explained what the difference was in terms of male versus female appointments, and on that last report it was actually 50-50. On this report, the majority of the appointees are female. There's not much more to add, but I will take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn to second.
Thank you, Chairman. Happy to second this and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Three members notifying, Councillors Roberts, Bearsworth and Sharps. Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. And I've been through the report with Councillor Hallam, and I'm grateful to him for taking away my points and my concerns about why we end up with these reports the way that we end up with them. We get this because of a motion that was proposed, and I think it demonstrates again why that motion was so important. There are a number of roles that are coming to us here that are significantly costing the council more money because they are agency-appointed roles. Some of them are temporary appointments, but some of them are permanent appointments that we can't appoint to. I think it's crucial that this report comes to council so that we can understand the level of that cost. My concern is that the appointments are already made, and I understand the logistics of that and the problems that that might cause when an appointment is required urgently. But these people are already in appointment, and we are being asked to consider an extension of their terms. So I've asked Councillor Hallam to take a look at that, and he's agreed that he will do so. I'm concerned at the level of interim appointments here that are exceeding that 100k mark. And I am concerned that we are in that situation. So I think there needs to be a greater look at why we are there. And I think the report highlights the number of statutory changes that the government are implementing to local authorities without funding, without support, and expecting them to foot the bill for that. And it's costing a fortune, and they are not thinking about the consequences of it. So, but thank you to Councillor Hallam for his approach this week. I really appreciate that.
Sally Bearsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wonder sometimes when we get these reports if the general public have a look at these and say 100,000, and this is an extra post, extended post of a temporary agency worker. It's, you know, when people are in the cost of living and struggling, these figures are astronomical. There was a huge report in one of the papers the other week about how much chief executives earn and various other people in comparison to the Prime Minister. And I just sometimes wonder how we can explain these roles to people who are on such a tight budget and struggling. You know, 100,000 might not be much to us, but it's an awful lot to a lot of people. And I just hope that we're getting the best for our money. I really am concerned about the amount of people that we're we're having on board that are costing us over in excess of £100,000 a year.
Councillor Sue Sharps.
I'm grateful to see the clarity within the report. It's clearly something that we have to see. I'm also happy to see it's a more balanced female-male role that we have now. Thank you for bringing the report.
Thank you. Any further contributions? Thank you. Councillor Nunn, you reserved your...
No further comments.
Rubens got in just in time.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I know I'm very far away down here.
You're a long way away. You're a small lad, yes.
I just wanted to make one point, which is I get really irked when we get these reports saying X number of people are earning X amount of money, and then a few select members in the room go, wow, 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 we're really angry at the amount of money. But yeah, fine, absolutely get it. We want to minimise the number of people that we have to pay a lot of money to. And in the cost of living crisis context, yes, £100,000 doesn't seem like something that we want to have to stomach. But to be honest, if it means we get the right people in to deliver better services that are much more efficient, and that £100,000 salary instead of, I don't know, a £60,000 salary saves us £200,000 a year, then we're getting a good deal for the taxpayer out of it, and those people that are struggling will get more money spent on the things that they need. And I just think it's a really unnecessary, nonsensical kind of moan over something that could make a nice little headline, but actually it's not going to deliver necessarily anything better for residents. Yeah, I get it. I understand why people mention it because of the optics, but I just think let's think about this holistically and get the best outcome for people.
Thank you. Zoe, were you gesticulating?
Thank you. Just very quickly off the back of that, I think the concern that's been raised here is whilst these people may or may not be really high quality people, they're interim people, we're not getting the long-term service, so we're paying a lot of money to people. We don't know their quality, we don't know how long we're going to keep them, and that's the pattern that we're seeing, and that's a real concern. So I wouldn't comment on the quality of the people we're getting, but I do think the fact that they're interim is what's a really key concern here.
Thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. I wasn't going to speak until Sam provoked me. I note that one of these new interims is a development manager, and I will take everything that he has to say exactly right. I look forward then to that person improving the quality of the development management team that we currently have, because our planning team has gone from bad to terrible, improved to poor, with aspirations of mediocrity. So I certainly hope that that will make the difference that he says it will.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Nunn, you reserved your right to speak.
Nothing further to add, Chairman. Thank you.
Nothing further to add. Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just coming back on a couple of points. Councillor Beersworth, the public ones, of which I think there were 3 on that report, are funded by the public health grant, so it doesn't cost WNC a penny. So it's quite a dangerous game to say that they're all being funded by us when 3 of them aren't. In terms of interims and in-house recruitment, I do wish people would... I reiterated the point in my Cabinet Member report about the in-house recruitment team. So people have brought it up here, but either not read my report and then not listened to what I said. Our in-house recruitment team are up for an award against Tesco's, where are making massive strides forward in terms of in-house recruitment. It doesn't happen overnight, particularly when we've got legislation to respond to. In terms of this challenge around money and paying people all this money, actually our ratio from highest to lowest paid in the authority is decreasing. The report that we took back in January showed it at 8.6, a ratio of 8.6. It was up in the 9s, it's down to 8.6. The best practice from the Hutton report says it should be between 8.1 and 12.1. Well, we've just been through a process this year of doing a pay rise for the lowest paid of 8% and of the highest paid at 3.5, so that's a difference of 4.5. So I'll let the mathematicians amongst you work out what that 8.6 will turn into when the report comes back to full council in January. So we're absolutely moving in the right direction. Lastly, Councillor Roberts, I do actually really appreciate your challenge. I proactively reached out to you to give me some challenge on this and make sure we were doing what we should be doing. We will review the process. It is difficult with timescales because full council doesn't meet. Obviously, if the appointments don't quite coincide with full council, we don't want to leave planning without that interim development manager that Councillor McCord was referring to. So we're being open and transparent with all of this, and in terms of our pay, we are absolutely moving in the right direction.
Thank you. Can we now vote on the proposal to receive the report? (48 in favour, 3 against, 12 abstentions). That's carried. Thank you very much. Item 13 is on the agenda in error. The matter is subject to or already covered by existing delegation. Item 14, motions. Councillor Paul Joyce.
Thank you, Chair. Here tonight to propose this, really, I think it's an historic motion this evening. The motion in front of you tonight recognises and highlights the serious issue with poor air quality that affects many of our local residents on a daily basis and the impacts on their health and well-being. All councillors within this chamber should be in no doubt this key issue needs urgent attention, and I hope you will support it tonight. An air quality action plan or policy would prove key to giving our residents improved air quality and bring a healthier outlook to their daily life. This year has seen some of the warmest months ever recorded, and the United Nations has stated we have now entered the era of global boiling. Heat waves increase the amount of ozone pollution and particle pollution in our environment. Experts on air quality have stated that urgent action needs to be taken now. Good, clean air quality should be really regarded as a human right. Councillor Nunn recently attended a Northampton Town Council Climate Change Forum meeting, where WNC's Net Zero 2030 plan was shared. Other parish clerks were also in attendance, where future collaborative working with WNC on its sustainability strategy was discussed. By working alongside our parish councils and community groups could prove vital in improving air quality for our residents, where we could measure air quality data and possibly just collect data to share. We could also potentially look to introduce trials of the street school initiative. Definitely worth considering. Community conversations and big conversations have also taken place across some of our council areas, which are so important to reach out to our residents. I look forward to seeing the Clean Air Strategy in the new year. Let's not waste any more precious time and put a plan into place to improve our air quality, which will make a lasting impact on our residents' lives. Let me leave you with this last thought. Air pollution affects almost every part of the human body. Unfortunately, many young people living in our cities already have billions of toxic air pollution particles in their hearts. Idling cars are sadly a daily fixture outside our school gates. Of course, this is all preventable. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Danielle Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion, and I want to make 3 points. But before I do, I'd just like to quote to you a saying from Archbishop Desmond Tutu. There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. I think that's a very pertinent saying in this debate. There is an urgency to the resolution of the issue of poor air quality. Its impact is felt every day. The impact is seen in the maternity unit every day, in the respiratory clinic every day. In my local area partnership, Northampton Central, COPD is the #1 health issue. We have to move away from ameliorating harm. We have to stop it. I was very struck in the anti-poverty working group by something Councillor Golby said when he came back from a visit to Salford, I think it was. He said, we are causing it. meaning poverty. The same is true of COPD, asthma, low-weight babies, premature babies, children with asthma, older people with respiratory disease. We are causing it, and it has to stop. The third thing I want to say is, it's quick and easy to make a difference. At little financial cost compared to the huge costs of dealing with the harms, what we need here is political will. There are examples from all over the country about what, where, and how it can be done. We don't need to spend oceans of time collecting data. The evidence is in front of us, around us, and inside us. We don't need to learn what good practice is. There's good practice in other local authorities for us to learn from. In my lap, as you've already heard, we're spending £800,000 on ameliorating COPD, but nothing at all in preventing it happening. Research shows that pollution doesn't stay outside. It makes the air inside cars toxic. It permeates buildings. Households living on busy roads are at risk. Already disadvantaged families are disproportionately impacted. So my plea is, let's not waste any more time. We need an up-to-date strategy with a timelined action plan. We need to show people in Northants that when we say we want our communities to thrive, we actually do put our money where our mouth is.
Thank you. An amendment has been tabled. Councillor David Smith.
Thank you, Chair. The amendment before you was complex, owing to the fact that the original motion asked Cabinet to undertake actions that the administration was already doing, but we've done our very best to avoid negating the intention of the original motion. Just a couple of things I'd like to sort of draw attention to. I wasn't comfortable with the British Heart Foundation statement that you had in the original motion. So we contacted the British Heart Foundation to get a bit more understanding of that. And I think this is very important. They thank us for our inquiry, and they go on to say the analysis was based on the Lancet's Global Burden of Disease series. And they go on to talking about the modelling, et cetera, and the fact that it was for across the whole of Northamptonshire as a county at the time. They also then go on to say that the figures quoted were saying that it was associated with 5.1% of cardiovascular deaths, not all deaths. So I think that's an important detail there. Then moving on. You mentioned the World Health Organization. I just wanted to do a little sort of summary of where we're at. We worked to the Environment Act of 2021 and the two nationally set legally binding targets to reduce concentrations of fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5. These concentrations are made up of a number of things, and interestingly, 15% is made up of pollen and sea salt. And I'm not trying to dilute or anything. This is a very important matter that we're discussing. And also 33% of particulates come from overseas. A good example of that is if you look at any of the analysis on the various sensors around Northampton around the 7th of September. If you look at that, the PM 2.5 levels were very high. And the first thing you probably think is all the schools are going back and the cars are running around. But if you then look at the nitrogen dioxide levels, they're very, very low. So with a bit more delving, that was actually when we had that Sahara dust storm. I don't know if you'll recall it. So it's really complex, and I've learned a tremendous amount on this in recent times, and I'm sure we all will continue to do so. But you have the proposed amendment before you, and I commend that.
Councillor Brown.
Happy to second the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and if there is a debate, I reserve my right to speak further.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, do you accept the amendment?
Chair, happy to accept the amendment.
Splendid. In that case, I've not been notified of any member yet wants to speak. Are there any members wishing to speak on this? Councillor Purser, then Councillor Zoe Smith, then Someone else? Well, anyway, Councillor Bob Purser first.
Chair, I've got some remarks from Wendy Randall, who feels quite strongly about particularly the issue of cars idling at traffic lights, and that we need to work hard to get more smart traffic lights, particularly in our town, but I guess that applies to our villages as well, because idling contributes a significant amount of pollution in the air and a waste of fuel as well. So she is keen that we look very carefully at whether we can increase the number of smart traffic lights in our town to reduce the amount of emissions. She cites Maidstone and Nottingham councils that have done this and have reduced very significantly the amount of pollution around those junctions. So I commend that to those looking at this issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I was looking at the wrong piece of paper earlier. The following people have been notified an intention to speak. Councillors Hinch, Golby, Nunn, Rumans, Russell, Smith, Hack, Roberts, Humphreys, Harris and Sharp. Councillor Nigel Hinch.
Thank you, Chairman. We all care about the environment and the quality of the air that we breathe, and we recognise the impact that it has on health. And this administration is committed to meeting the legislative requirements. But this motion doesn't add anything to the work that we're currently carrying out as a council. But it's obvious that the Labour group are bringing their national political campaign into the council chamber in this motion. At the weekend, the Northampton South Labour parliamentary candidate was quoting Housefresh, a company that sells products aimed at the consumers to improve the air quality in their homes. He quotes, "Andrew Lewer and the Tories have allowed Northampton to become the most polluted air of any major town or city in the UK. It's equivalent to smoking 189 cigarettes a year." This is absolutely untrue. Have a look at places like Swansea, Newport, Warrington, Norwich, Burnley, Portsmouth, Swindon. They're all significantly worse than Northampton, and they all have one thing in common, but you can go home and find out who runs those authorities. So can we stop scaremongering? What concerns me is the amount of our residents that commute from Northampton to London every day and are faced with going on the underground in the worst polluted air. And maybe the members opposite would care to write to the Mayor of London and ask him to sort out that problem as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, we're doing well so far, but let's remind members we are at 2 minutes each, please. Matt Golby.
I'll be very brief, Chair. I'm pleased that we've amended it, and I'm pleased the Labour group have accepted it. From a public health point of view, we've got to, as Councillor Hinch just alluded to, we've got to make sure we're dealing with the proper facts, and I'm pleased Councillor Smith has done a bit more research into this. But as I mentioned in my report earlier, there is lots of work going on through public health already, and I really hope that can contribute to the direction of travel with the Council on this subject. That's all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Nunn.
No, I won't add anything. With the amendment accepted, Chair, I'm happy. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Rumans. Is he there?
I don't remember registering to speak on this, so
Well,
very happy to move to the vote.
We are bereft without hearing from you, Councillor Rumans. You have nothing to say. That's a change. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry our group accepted this amendment. I would have preferred for our motion to have stood, and it seems that there has been a concerted effort to neutralise it. However, as Councillor Joyce and the rest of our group discussed, this is a step forward, and if it does raise awareness amongst the Cabinet, amongst members here, then we have had some success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is important that the amendment was accepted in order to ensure that action is taken on something really urgent. I would like to challenge some of the assertions made in the amendment and the discussion. If I've got a glass I'm trying to stop overflowing, if I fill my glass to there, then if anybody else pours anything in, it still won't overflow until they've poured a lot more in. If I pour my glass up to there and somebody pours something else in, it's going to overflow. What we have with air pollution, we know we generate loads of it. We know we could generate less. We know there are horrific air quality problems in Northampton. We're dealing with it constantly in the LAPS. And I believe that this amendment has attempted to skirt around the issues we're facing, and it does dilute them and it does downplay them. What I really focus on at work, what we're always encouraged to do in my place of work, is to be accountable, to be transparent, to be honest, and to own where we're at and where we need to go to be even better. That's what you do if you are accountable and if you're committed to what you're doing. So what we mustn't do is dilute this. We have got a major air quality problem in Northampton. People are being horrifically affected by it. People who die of a heart attack don't mind, their families aren't going to say whether it's of or deaths or from a heart attack. This is a genuine problem that we have, so we do need to take urgent action. And I would urge everybody in the room to stop skirting around whether something is anybody else's fault, and actually to be accountable and to take action and to own our responsibility to deal with people's health and the problems that we have in our town and to take responsibility for them.
Thank you. Councillor Enam Hack.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't take much of your time. As the amendment has been accepted, I'll make a very brief point. We all know that this problem exists within our town, and we all know that the poor level of air quality affects every one of us. Whether it's cardiovascular, whether it's respiratory, affects elderly, infant, even us adult. So I think, let's move to vote. And this is we have reached a crisis point. So this motion is a very timely motion, and I would like to thank Councillor Paul Joyce for bringing this motion to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Really briefly, understand why the amendment's accepted. Don't think you need to change every motion to pat yourselves on the back, because this is about the public, not about what you've done already. The bit that disappoints me is the removal of the school streets concept entirely. So it's a plea, Councillor Smith, really, and for any of your colleagues, maybe we can sit down and have a talk about what an investigation into which schools would be appropriate for having some school streets trials, so that we could really try to support that. Some of the most significant pollution comes from idling around schools and comes from the fact that traffic is parked on every school. I can't imagine any of you don't get a call from some resident telling you that there's a problem with parking outside the school, and goodness knows how you fix it. So I think it's something that we could all look to achieve. From a public health perspective, it also has a significant impact on children's health. The reports show that activity amongst 5 to 18-year-olds has reduced drastically in the last 30 years. So I think we could really do some work around school streets. So you might have taken it out of here. Please, the motion's going to pass, but let's have another conversation about it separately. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I noted that last time Labour put forward an air quality motion, it was simply not supported, so I'm very pleased to see that at least there is support, notwithstanding the amendments. And just to state a simple fact that no one can live their best life, one of our main aspirations for our area, if you're breathing filthy air. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I'm disappointed to see the removal of the school streets trial also. Sustrans have been involved in school streets for a number of years. They work very closely with schools, communities and local authorities, and have lots of expert advice that they can share and provide. So perhaps I would echo Councillor Roberts' comments. I think we should continue to pursue that and certainly look at it more closely. And I would perhaps suggest that we engage with Sustrans to do so. I'm sure I just heard also that it's now the fault of foreign pollutants. Did I hear that correctly, or did I mishear that? Perhaps I'll go back and replay the tape. I think it shows how joined up everything is. Of course, it's pollutants from everywhere. It's not just from here. It flows in the air everywhere, so perhaps we could knock that one on the head. Research has shown that pollutants, such as the ones that we're talking about, cause pulmonary inflammation and neurotoxic effects on the brain, especially in children, with some evidence that it actually contributes to disconnects in the brain and causes some miswiring in the brain. Children's breathing rates are also higher than those of adults. They take in more air per kilogram of body weight. And because of their lower physical height, they breathe air closer to the ground where a lot of these pollutants, especially exhausts emissions, sit and harbour. So please, again, let's at least, even if it doesn't go through on this motion, let's have a proper grown-up discussion about the concept and idea of school streets. We really shouldn't dismiss it. One other quick point. It's worth noting that the National Institute of Environmental Health Services have commented that a woman's exposure to harmful contaminants during pregnancy may trigger issues which could lead to autism in her child. Which begs the question, is there a correlation with air quality issues and the increased demand for SEN? Who knows? Maybe we really should take this issue seriously and go back to the root and not just deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to agree. I'm afraid that we do need to go back and look at this. I'm pleased that they have accepted the amendment. However, we do need to look at the idling around schools. The significant harm to young residents is clear. We do need to make sure that we continue to work through our strategies, particularly with the bus strategy. I would like to see some work done on that. Many suggestions have been made there on how we can reduce pollution. So I would like to support obviously the motion, but ask that we continue to do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you very much, Chair. I will be brief. I think the thing with a motion like this is that we don't always realise the impact it has on the person. Anybody witnessing a child with an asthma attack where they're gasping for breath and can't get enough oxygen and they have to be put on a nebulizer just to help them breathe. People with COPD that carry around an oxygen cylinder with them everywhere they go and can't go far at all. These are the impacts that air quality have on people. We know that it causes dementia. There's been proven facts that air quality can cause dementia. And also autism we're not sure about. But if it causes dementia, you wonder what impact it's having on the brain. As a council, 3-4 parties that are here to make this better for our people, to stop children getting affected, especially newborns, because we just don't realise the impact that's going to have on them. So I totally support this motion, and I hope that we can get together as all parties to push this forward to get it better for the people out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Roberts has alluded to it slightly, but this is an issue that affects all wards across West Northamptonshire. In Bugborough, in my ward, we have a large secondary school as well as a primary school, and traffic at school dropping off and picking up times is absolutely horrendous. Vehicles idling left, right and centre with the inevitable consequences for air pollution. And it may be that with the ongoing work by Public Health and Active Travel, we end up with school streets or something very close to it. I take issue with accusations of us trying to skirt around the issue. We're not at all. We've actually echoed precisely the language put forward by the proposer of the motion, because effectively they're asking us to do what we're already doing. So when we are presented with a motion that asks us to already do what we're doing, then actually we are going to pat ourselves on the back, because we're being given a pat on the back by our opposition already. So if you come forward with new ideas, we'll consider them. If you come forward asking us to do what we're already doing, we only have two options. We can amend the motion as we've done here today, or we can reject it outright. On a subject as serious as this, we didn't want to reject it outright. We had to on the opposition priority business because of issues around the language in the preamble and some of the far-reaching demands in there, as well as the long list of actions that we're already doing. But, you know, please, if you approve of what we're already doing, even inadvertently, then please accept us taking that pat on the back in the spirit which maybe it wasn't intended, but it was given.
Thank you. Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much indeed from this side of the room. I'm speaking in support of this motion. I have to say that we obviously all have great interests in it going through, and I think that it's admirable to see that. Clearly, I've also spoken in relation to this in instance of open planning meetings on development and overdevelopment in some areas. I do suggest also, Mr. Chairman, that we individually all take responsibilities where we possibly can. I know that many of us in the room here this evening either drive electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles, and I think that's encouraging certainly a greener place, as we know, because quite clearly everything we do is right across West Northamptonshire, not solely focused on one town. It's really important. We know Northampton is the largest town in England, but quite clearly we have a responsibility right across our district. I am in absolute favour of the motion, and I would suggest we move it to the vote. Thank you.
Unless there are any other members, no further speakers, I ask then Paul Joyce to resume.
Thank you, Chairman. So 160 words had been removed in this amendment, but for me, it's always about the bigger picture and positive action. So I am looking forward next year to reading the Clean Air Policy when it's published. But one last big ask to Councillor Nunn. Can we organise another summit of parish councils and community groups to look at the climate issues and air quality? That's an ask to you. Okay. So, Chair, can we please move to the vote, please?
Indeed, the motion as amended. Now vote, please. Yes, no, or abstain. Yes, that is carried 63 in favour, no votes against, 1 abstention. Thank you very much. Second motion, Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I'd firstly like to thank our public speakers supporting this motion who spoke earlier. I'd also like to thank the Council Leader for his positive engagement and discussion on this motion. Now, whichever definition you look at, sustainability is about the long-term maintenance and enhancement of human well-being within finite planetary resources. In planning terms, we talk about sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Well, how's that going then? If you didn't see Channel 4 News yesterday evening, I would urge you to do so on catch-up. They reported on the latest state of nature, as referred to by our speaker, Mr. Pearson, earlier. A report from combined nature groups, including the RSPB and the London Zoological Society. The headlines: species abundance has seen a 19% drop. That's 1 in 5 gone since the 1970s. 1 in 6 of our species are now threatened with extinction. In 2013, it was 1 in 10. That's just 10 years ago. This includes nearly half of our birds, 31% of our amphibians and reptiles, and 26% of our mammals. 54% of our flowering plants have vanished, and 20% of pollinating insects, vital for our food. They've all gone. This is the 4th such report in the last 10 years, and there is no sign of let-up. The causes are a combination of factors, but a changing climate and intensive farming are the primary drivers. We can and must do our bit locally. Some of you may know that I'm attending the UK 100 Leadership Academy on behalf of this council this year, which is designed to create momentum around our net zero targets. It's my determination that the information provided does not stay there in the room, but the learning and knowledge cascades into this council. After all, that's the point. I've already shared some valuable information. It's plenty of nice bedtime reading here. with Cabinet members. I'd like to thank the two that have acknowledged receipt. To the remainder, I'm sure the mail response is stuck in the system somewhere. These set out what powers this council already has and what powers it doesn't to shape this agenda. We surely must grab every opportunity to use the powers that it does have and call for changes where it doesn't. But we need government to step up too. Instead, it's failing at speed. If it won't step up, then this council must. Whilst the PM suggests the net zero target of 2050 is still in place, the irresponsible and negligent steps that the Conservative government have taken this last week will fundamentally affect the achievement of this legislation. He apparently also wants us to be thankful for him stopping taxes on eating meat, compulsory car sharing, new taxes on flying, and expensive installation upgrades, none of which are anyone's policies, let alone his own. No doubt we must be thankful for him stopping the imminent alien invasion from Zargon, perhaps. The government are taking a cynical approach designed to create a populist wedge issue. That's a fact. So please, let's make sure that this council remains committed to its net zero goals and does not get embroiled in this nonsense. This motion was submitted at the beginning of August. Since then, we've seen a row back on so many issues, including the recent news of the granting of a licence to build a new oil field, Rosebank, under the pretences of energy security. It's not about energy security. It won't do anything for our energy security. The oil produced will go to the open market to the highest bidder, whilst at the same time receiving substantial billions through tax breaks to make it happen, to allow it to happen. It will also do nothing for our energy bills, but it will add to our emissions. The International Energy Agency has stated that transition can be made without any further fossil fuel projects. Furthermore, we now hear of the delay of the biodiversity net gain legislation. But you know what? I really don't understand it. Conservative voters back environmental action. A recent poll revealed that 73% back the net zero target. That's actually a higher proportion than among voters overall. Now, I acknowledge that West Northants Council has made some positive steps. We have. However, now is the time to move further, faster. We must do more to protect nature in our area for our residents. It is crucial that the cross-party sustainability groups takes more of a progressive role in shaping the Council's sustainability agenda. Sustainability must be firmly at the decision-making table, and our motion has been designed to ensure that this group is in a strong position to advise and support both Cabinet and Council. I therefore move this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. I second this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Members have before them an amendment. Councillor Jonathan Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. A small number of amendments, but significant and important to us. I believe the proposer is happy to accept this, so I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Matt Golby to second?
Happy to second, Chair, and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, do you accept the amendments?
Yes, happy to accept the amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have small speaker, Sue Sharp, to speak on this, on the motion as amended.
Happy to see the motion in front of me and happy to see it amended and accepted. Thank you.
And Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Interesting to hear Councillor Harris's comments. It seems that this is targeted more at certain Mr Sunak than at Councillor Nunn. But what I really wanted to hear from him was some sort of justification behind the language and the intention used in some of the recommendations, because even as amended, I do have a very significant concern about what's being asked of Cabinet. So if we look closely at the language under recommendation A, who asks to ensure that all decisions are compatible with the goal of a zero carbon council by 2030. Now, is that all decisions when taken in the round, or is that every single decision? Because if we're being required to go on a decision by decision basis, it would mean that we couldn't build a single extra council house, we couldn't build a single extra mile of road, We couldn't do so many of the things that are required to make West Northamptonshire a better place to live. So the intention of the language is very unclear, and as things stand, without a reassurance, I think the only way that I can approach this vote is simply to not vote at all and wait for a discussion to take place in Cabinet. It's not for lack of a desire to see us achieve that 2030 target. It's simply a very real concern as the Cabinet Member for Housing that what's being asked of me will bind my hands and make my job absolutely impossible to reduce the number of people on our housing waiting list. We need to take action and carry out tasks that in and of themselves are not compatible with a zero carbon council by 2030. But when combined with adequate mitigations and other large-scale schemes that balance things out, they become acceptable and in keeping with that goal. So I need that clarification from the Liberal Democrats, but I think on this occasion I'll probably actively abstain on the vote and wait for a further discussion with Cabinet colleagues.
Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to support this motion, even as it is amended. I just want to make a couple of points. When are we going to start having an integrated approach to what we're doing? So, we're getting used to having really good policies, been hard fought for, lots of people consulted, but they kind of stay on the shelf, don't they? And one of the things I'm worried about is what Councillor Brown has just talked about. We do need housing. We need good quality housing. We need housing where people are protected from air pollution, where children have got play space, where people have got safe communal outside areas. And I really, really resent the fact that planning has allowed a development in my ward where none of those things apply, where we've got a highly dense development coming on board without any mitigations in terms of what we're talking about at all, and where people's quality of lives are going to be seriously impaired. I think environmental and eco considerations should be absolutely at the top of our agenda. And just because people are poor or who are working class does not mean to say that we should be building them dwellings as an island in the middle of busy and polluting roads with no mitigations, with no play space and no green space for people who are 112 one-bedroom flats with no safe communal areas. It's intolerable. It's about time we started joining everything up.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I want to somewhat echo what Councillor Stone has said, and really, whether that was your intention or not, Councillor Brown advised against this. It's reminiscent of the kind of blackmail and behaviour that's being done at the top level in government. It is not a case of you can't have your council house if you have climate change prevention. You can't have your council house if we take action on the climate. You can't have your school. You can't have what you need, and that's what's being done at the top level. You can't have intervention in the climate crisis, or you might have to pay some money. Your cost of living might go up. This stuff is crucial. We're not going to have a planet to live on. So yes, as Councillor Stone has said, every council house to be assessed in line with climate need, every council house to have high quality, environmentally friendly property. It's easily done. It's been done in developments that we've done historically in this town. You can make every decision be taken in line with climate crisis considerations, and that's really important. So it's not a case of telling people that people have to vote against climate crisis motions on the basis that they can't have something else. That really is scaremongering, and it's not to be done. We've already declared a climate crisis. Are we going to row back on it because we want to make something else change? We have got to stick by what we've said, and we can stop the climate crisis and provide safe, affordable, high-quality housing and provision for people in our area.
Thank you. Councillor Brown, I think, wishes to indulge himself for a second time on a matter of explanation. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, the Constitution does give me a right of reply when I'm named in the debate. So just to clarify, I've asked for reassurances on this, and I've said very clearly that I will go back and consult with Cabinet colleagues and with officers to see if the language in here is compatible with the duties that I have as a Cabinet member for housing. We and I cannot solve a global climate emergency from here. We can start to solve a housing crisis in West Northamptonshire, and that's my number one priority. I will always push NPH and other partners to build in as environmentally a friendly fashion as possible. I know it isn't a case of either or, but we need to be certain that we're not only looking at mitigations. If we're being asked to have absolutely zero carbon emissions on every single development, I worry that that's not deliverable. So that was my point. I'm not going to vote against it this evening. I've said that very clearly. But I need to be absolutely assured that the ask coming to me as a Cabinet member is not going to bind my hands and make my job of delivering council houses and other affordable housing absolutely impossible, because that is my priority. Getting people off that housing waiting list, allowing them to live their best lives, giving them and their families a safe home that they can go home to every single day is the most important thing in my professional life. And I make no apologies for making that a priority this evening.
Councillor Beardsworth.
It's almost like, Adam, you're saying you can't have your cake and eat it. But I think you can. I think we can have affordable houses built at a sustainable level 3 or 4, which we have done in the past, which are homes for life, which are well insulated, so people's bills are cheaper. The only problem with the county is the big boys, the big developers who come along and say, oh, we want to build so many houses and we'll cram them in. And you'll get a 4-bedroom detached house with 2'6" between them and the next door neighbour, with no insulation, no thought of ground floor heat pumping, solar panels, anything like that. We have to provide homes, but let's provide homes that we're proud of, that we actually know that have a decent life in them. Now that were built 30, 40 years ago that are falling down. My house is 150 years old and it's still standing. What's wrong with it? Like me, yes. So not quite that old. But, you know, we can do both. You don't have to. And the only way we can do it is to actually talk to central government and say we're not prepared to be blackmailed by these big developers who want to come in and build these 4 or 5 bedrooms, executive homes that people can't afford to buy.
Thank you. No further speakers. On that basis, we move back to Councillor Jonathan. Oh, there are a couple of hands. I'm sorry. Councillor McCord, was that a hand?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Well, Chair, I'm happy to accept the hypothesis that human activity is having an effect on the climate. What I don't buy into is the catastrophising and the so what. I'm sorry, but I'm not a member of the cult of climate change worshipping of the Church of Net Zero. I'm happy to have a programme that reduces our impact on the natural environment and head toward a lower carbon future, but I see no need for artificial deadlines that I just don't think will be met. And even if we do meet, the WNC contribution is a minuscule part of the 1% of global emissions the UK produces. And those big emitters will carry on laughing at us as we offshore our economy to them, cut our jobs, damage our industry to more polluting countries in the name of carbon neutrality. This motion recommits this council to an end goal with no plan, no equality impact assessment and no budget. We have not assessed the cost of getting to net zero in just over 6 years. Now, luckily, it still remains a goal, merely an aspiration. So maybe I could vote for it, safe in the knowledge that it's not going to happen. I've only got time for one example. So last week, as well as a sensible step forward with the announcement on electric cars from national government, WNC Cabinet adopted its sustainability report. Within that report, poorly written as it was, full of greenwash, there were a few small schemes mentioned on NPH properties. We've done some work on a few hundred at most. The The costs, from what I could see, were between £12,500 and £30,000 a property, and we've 12,400 properties. That's one house every working hour of every working day from now until 2030 to get there. And it's somewhere between 150 and £300 million to complete the job. Where will that come from? Where is the budget to adopt the 1,000 other property assets that the council owns, the schools, the vehicle fleet, the offices? We've not done a full survey, and we have no idea of what the costs that these type of amendments commit the council to. Net zero, by an arbitrary deadline, will impoverish us, make us less well off, restrict our freedoms, improve the lot of our competitors, and more importantly, make nothing more than a rounding error difference to the global carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Rosie Humphreys reserved her right to speak as the seconder of the motion as amended on the basis that there are no other members wishing to speak. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor McCord, I fully accept there's a lot more to do and a lot more to budget and a lot more to assess. However, we've made our pledges, we've signed up to the UK 100, and we're on course, and it's the right course. Councillor Brown, I would encourage you not to worry. I'm confident that officers will reassure you, and I think your role will be enhanced when those on the waiting list can move into new housing with minimal energy bills and are connected to town centres by walking and cycling routes. And don't forget, the new local plan is being embedded, and there is much talk, and rightly so, there of our net zero goals and sustainability ambitions to be embedded in that too. So, aside from those concerns you've highlighted, in general, I thank members from across the floor for supporting this motion, and by fully integrating consideration of climate mitigation and adaptation and nature recovery into all council decision making to ensure decisions are compatible with net zero. This council is demonstrating that it's serious about its pledges and will earn the respect of its residents and local environment groups alike. Thank you.
Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few comments, if I may, to round up. A couple of things, really. I would urge all councillors, if you are so inclined and so interested, I'm very happy to share it with all of you, get hold of powers in place. Councils have a lot of powers already, and this council has a lot of powers that it is not utilising as effectively as it could do. Now, this notion of we want to save nature, but we don't need to worry about net zero is a fallacy. They are entirely integrated and connected. So I would have guessed that Councillor McCord does not worship at the altar of net zero. I'm not surprised by that whatsoever. There is no way that our views are ever going to be aligned or compatible on this, and that's the nature of this particular issue. However, if you do want to protect nature, if you do want to have a positive impact on our local area and environment, I would urge you to support the motion as amended. The point I want to make specifically is we already have quite a lot of very significant policies that we have in place around particularly planning. And I have sat on planning many occasions and seen how these policies are always watered down or discarded on the basis of growth. And that's the fundamental problem that we have. And again, to Councillor Brown's comments, I don't think there is an incompatibility here. I think there is a fundamental choice to be made. All this motion sets out to do is to ensure that Cabinet considers the decision-making around net zero. Cabinet-making decision and power still sits with Cabinet. All this process is trying to advocate and ensure is that we use the knowledge and expertise and information that we have available to us from the sustainability team. That feeds into Cabinet for proper debate and discussion. It does not stop Cabinet deciding whatever it wants to decide. If it chooses to go in a different direction, that's entirely up to Cabinet. I would remind this council, we have made this pledge. We are part of the UK 100. I can't wait to see you all decide that you no longer want to sign up to it. Good luck with that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to the vote, please. Motion as amended. Yes, no, or abstain? 47 in favour, 2 against, 9 abstentions. That is, the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Motion 3, Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I bring this motion before Council because I genuinely believe that now is the time that we must do something about the scooter trials in Northampton. It's a simple fact that travel infrastructure has been heavily skewed towards cars since the 1950s. And what I might want to see change, which is more access to other vehicles on the road, doesn't really matter. But I want to make it clear today that I'm not either anti-motorist, which I've seen as a new term, or anti-scooter, but I'm a realist. This isn't working for us here. The trials haven't resolved any of the key safety or accessibility concerns that the government's regulations in 2022 suggested it had to. It hasn't fixed any of those issues for riders and pedestrians. It's had significant time to resolve safe parking issues, ensure riders don't use pavements, and for e-scooters themselves to be safe for the riders, but none of this has happened. We've seen significant injury, although nobody will provide me with any data in respect of the number of complaints, number of accidents, and detail that needs to be provided. I've seen information from the provider that suggests they operate a stringent 3-strike policy. However, I've seen FOI information that shows that the provider said that they didn't actually collate any violation records. So how on earth can they implement a 3-strike policy? I spoke at Cabinet about a resident of mine who'd reported over 300 offences. Voi haven't acknowledged any of them. One of those rider offences that he reported was the same person over 10 times, and that person is still being allowed to ride the scooter. So the scheme of safety and the scheme of protecting our residents is not working. So we've got to do something differently. We need to have a complete re-evaluation of the trials, and we need to see exactly what is happening for our residents before we proceed any further with this, and indeed before we continue with it. The government have failed to implement EU law since 2014 in respect of the Road Traffic Act, and that has meant that the Motor Insurers Bureau currently picks up considerable compensation requirements for victims of anybody that's hit by scooters. Appreciated if you're in part of the trial, then you've got to have third-party public liability cover, but that's not road traffic cover. We have got to do something in Northampton to make sure that we are protecting the residents, the pedestrians who are running out of the way from some of the vehicles. I've had people tell me that they're having to jump backwards on the pavement as they exit their gate, and that happens to them. We've seen significant injury, significant waste, significant damage. We just need to treat this differently. This motion acknowledges the contribution that e-scooters might have to the green agenda, and I absolutely welcome all methods of active travel and a change of the kind of skewed position that we've got from everything being in favour of the motorists and more being in favour of cyclists, pedestrians and users of other mobility transports. But the problem we've got here is that this process isn't working for us now. I ask the Council to support the motion, evaluate this position and halt the trials at this stage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. The issue with...
Mr Chairman, I understand that in accordance with procedural rule 2916F, that I can propose that this motion be referred to the Place and Overview Scrutiny Committee. I can do that once the motion is under debate according to procedural rules. I therefore make that proposal now.
Councillor Levitt, do you have a second of that proposition? Andre. Righto. Thank you. That is correct. We will continue with the debate. I've only got a handful of speakers. We have time. And we will take your motion in due course. Councillor Smith.
Mr Chairman.
It is not a closure motion. Councillor
Can that be confirmed, Chairman? I'd like to hear the monitoring officers.
Councillor Larratt, no, you can't. This matter has been discussed actually by myself and the officers earlier, and that is the ruling. I don't need to take advice upon it. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So I've got some things to say. I will start by saying this is a full council chamber. We cannot keep dodging questions that we don't want to answer by sending them off to scrutiny. It's cowardly. Let's do the business that we've got to do here in the chamber. Let's be openly and publicly accountable in this chamber and do our business here and do the job that we're here to do. The reason that this has been brought and the reason it's so important is because the scooter trials have been put in place, driven from a place of profit, not environmental concern. And that's why they're not working, and that's why they're not inclusive of the whole community. Our infrastructure in Northampton and West Northants is not set up for inclusivity and for active travel. As a mother who's frequently walking with my daughter back from nursery, I'm passed constantly by people on scooters travelling at nearly 30 miles an hour silently past us on the pavement. It's extraordinarily dangerous issue, and it's really harmful. And far from making it easier for people to use active travel, it makes it harder. It excludes people with disabilities, it excludes pedestrians, it excludes people walking with their families, and it excludes anybody, for example, who is deaf or is hearing impaired in other ways. It's an extremely dangerous issue, and the reason it hasn't been dealt with properly and the reason we need to bring this motion is because it is cutting off options of active travel because it's being driven from a place of profit. So I highly recommend this motion, and as I say, let's be grown up, let's do our business in the council chamber, and let's answer motions where they're meant to be and not constantly pass them off to another group to deal with.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers who have asked to speak, Councillors Hack, Duffy, Brisbane and Sharps, and to clarify the matter in respect of which Councillor Marrett is concerned, the vote on Councillor Larratt's proposition will take place before the vote on the principal motion. If Councillor Larratt's proposition succeeds, obviously that would dispose of the matter entirely. We would not go further on the principal motion. In my view, it's only 8:45, and that the overview and scrutiny process would be aided by hearing the brief contributions of 4 people who have prepared to speak tonight on the matter. Emil Hack, briefly, please.
Thank you, Chairman. You only need to look outside this building of any given day to see parked e-scooters littering the street. A walk along Wellingborough or Billing Road shows many riders using e-scooters on the pavement, which is a criminal offence. Our town centre currently doesn't have the right infrastructure to accommodate e-scooters, pedestrian and vehicle together. E-scooter riders face being hit by traffic by riding on the road or swerving between pedestrians on the pavement. It was recently reported that 75% of e-scooters users across the UK admitted to riding on the pavement because it was convenient. I joined the Labour group in visiting Leicester to explore the city council's very impressive active travel scheme. They have around 10 miles of properly marked cycle lane, which allows bike and scooter users to travel on the road without any fear of vehicles and allowing pedestrians to walk without looking over their shoulder. Leicester City Council achieved this through a clear vision for active travel and by applying for any government funding they can. West Northamptonshire Council is drastically falling behind by comparison. The Abington Park Active Travel Scheme is a good start, but we're reaching a stage now where starting out isn't good enough. We cannot wait for Westminster to conclude trials and make e-scooters legal before introducing infrastructure to suit them. We need our own active travel scheme now before more people get hurt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Janice Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, e-scooters are very popular, and sorry. Yeah, I'm not surprised about the popularity of e-scooters because people need a reliable and convenient method of transport, which many people in Northampton do not have if they rely on our bus service. Which is no service at all, especially to those living out of town. The service is miserably depleted or despaired, and it forces people to use e-scooters, especially if they don't have room to store bicycles. Car and vehicle numbers must be decreased if we are to have a healthy air in Northampton. And the latest in the papers today from central government is going to restrict the local authorities' powers to reduce car numbers and reduce speed limits. And if you're an e-scooter driver, maybe that will decrease the numbers of people using them, but I really don't think so because people depend on them to get to work. Thank you.
Briefly, please, Sally Bearsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I've noticed a lot of times when I've noticed 2 or 3 people on one scooter. And that really worries me, and a lot of them look underage, and that's another concern. I've talked to the police about it. They don't know how to deal with it. They say they can't chase them. They haven't got scooters. They can't catch them, break the law. They can't deal with them at all. We had the fire service out the other day to a fire, and the gentleman said to us that the batteries can explode on these bikes if they're kept in a building. That's another problem, especially with the private ones that don't get properly treated. I think they have caused accidents. They have caused deaths. They've caused a lot of inconvenience and a lot of worry for old people. Paris has banned them now, and I'd like to think that Northampton would follow suit or at least reduce the amount of people that use them. And I think it should be restricted to people who have got a driver's license, not just anybody. Well, the children are using them, and so I don't know how they're doing it. So I really think it's a real problem, and we need to solve it.
Thank you. Sue Sharps.
Thank you. Children do use them, and because children are very quick off the mark, running several youth clubs as I do, I can tell you that they'll find a problem and solve it far quicker than any council will. And I don't mean to be rude when I say that. We should really learn from the young people at youth clubs. They simply take a photograph of their parents' licence on their phone and they use it as such. They solve problems quickly. I would like to see us solve the problem quickly. It's clear that Northampton has a problem, although we clearly have a lot of benefits from the scooters. So, yeah, I'd like to see this motion go forward. Although I can see the benefit of scrutiny, I think this is, in this case, possibly quicker fixes needed for the residents. So, thank you.
Thank you. We have exhausted the names of the persons who wished to speak. I know there have been other hands put up, but I now move to Councillor Larratt's proposed amendment. Councillor Larratt, would you like to speak to the amendment, please?
Thank you. I just thought it was a motion that I could propose, and that was that. But I do feel that there's a lot of merit in what's been said tonight, in particular what Councillor Roberts has said. But it's a very difficult matter. I think there are a lot of people out there who welcome the scooters and they've got great benefits for the environment. But that said, they are a pain. And there are a hell of a lot of people out there who are fed up with them, riding on the footpaths, being dumped all over the place, etc., etc. Councillor Beardsworth has already said that Paris has got rid of them. Do we want to go down that road? We've got the Mayor of West Midlands who has blown out the current contractor providing scooters across the West Midlands in order to replace them with a contractor who works on a docking basis. Would that be a better way forward? There's so many issues here that I really do think we need to take a step back, look at where we are, and have scrutiny, look at this, and move forward in light of the information that scrutiny can glean from partners, operators, the police, etc., etc. I'm amazed that if Voi have got the systems in place to operate this scheme, they should know 24/7 who is out there on their scooters at any particular time. If, Mr. Chairman, that is the case, why are they appearing in Northampton Magistrates Court and have done on about 6 occasions this year for failing to provide information? There's obviously something clearly fundamentally wrong. Let's have scrutiny look at it. Let's look at the options and see how we go forward. We've got to do this quickly, and I'm hoping Councillor Gonzalez de Savage will do so, because we don't want to go beyond the extension of the current extension of the contract. We need to make some decisions before then. Thank you. I propose the motion.
Thank you. Andre Gonzalez de Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As indicated earlier, I do second the alternative motion that goes to send this through to scrutiny. It is not to shut this down, but it's actually to add value to the points that we're raising this evening. Clearly, we do know that scooters are an alternative form of environmentally friendly transport, but there are some genuine safety concerns and absolute infringements, as we know, of the law as it currently stands in this land. It is an important point. By reviewing it at scrutiny, we can absolutely call Voi in, we can call the police in, we can also ask other agencies and other data to be collected too. Here we can only talk about these matters that obviously, yes, do affect us, but let's be responsible. Scrutiny will look at it urgently. I'm very happy to bring this forward to the next scrutiny meeting. I know that we have officers here this evening who can take note of that, and I appreciate their opportunity to do so. But it is something where, if we want to do something about it, the scrutiny system that we do have is a responsive one, and I'm sure I have many members of scrutiny around me who will obviously second that to come to scrutiny. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Hopefully a brief debate, if necessary, on the proposition. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm hugely disappointed that that's the decision that you've made tonight, because you could absolutely rubber stamp us to start work on this today, and you know as well as I do that scrutiny won't be able to. You absolutely do. You spoke to me at Cabinet and you said to me, I will contact you and I'll endeavour to talk to you about this. You haven't done that. We could have talked about amendments that talked about getting scrutiny involved in the evaluation. That hasn't happened. This is absolute pushing it into the long grass. This is you not wanting to say that we've got this wrong. I've requested for over a year, Councillor Gonzalez de Savage, I've requested for over a year data from Voi, from Councillor Larratt, from our officers, and all of that data requests have been ignored. So you're going to guarantee to me now, are you, that scrutiny will get all of that data ahead of its meeting, everything I've asked for and haven't been able to obtain, everything that elected members, everything that residents have been ignored on so far? You're going to need to give those guarantees, and this is going to need to be a proper review. You could have rubber stamped this evening and you've failed to do so.
Now let's move on. Councillor McCord, all right, briefly. Councillor McCord.
I'll always be brief. Chairman, just some guidance. Are we talking about the proposal here to move this to scrutiny, or are we talking about the actual substantive motion?
We are talking about the proposal to refer to scrutiny, okay, which will, if passed, end the debate.
Yes, but there's still time to actually, you also did say you're going to have the debate. I'm just rather confused. But nonetheless,
we've had the debate. We are now discussing. If
I asked to speak, I wanted to speak at the debate, and you didn't do it. There's no requirement to register to speak. As long as there's time, we should be able to speak. Nonetheless, I have to say, if you want to move this to scrutiny, we have to stop. We have a cabinet system, and there's rights or wrongs, whatever. You can debate that till the cows come home. But it's there to make decisions, not to duck decisions. And you really need to it. It'll not do your street trade any good, Emma, but I agree with you. It it's wrong that you're trying to use scrutiny to make decisions when it's not a decision-making body. All it could then do is refer things back with some recommendations. However, there are some things that statute would allow that you might actually get some questions, or at least shine a light on it. You know, having listened to the debates, I don't actually see there's anything in this motion that's not sensible. And I don't agree that whether it was run for profit or run for non-profit, that's the problem. The problem is these things are being ridden by idiots. Scooters don't hurt anybody. Idiots hurt people riding scooters. So many of the issues that are raised, yeah, I'm happy with them. But there are issues outside of Northampton, believe it or not. Lime operate in Milton Keynes, and I see quite a few of these in Old Stratford in my patch. So when somebody responds to the debate, will they tell us what you're going to do about the Lime ones being littered in Old Stratford area? And the issue as I see it, and I've listened to all these debates about things, there's no holistic thinking. We can pass our climate change motions, but if you want a supposedly low-carbon way of doing things to get a couple of miles across town without sitting in a taxi with a petrol engine running, then don't bemoan the solution, because this is the sort of thing that comes forward. So, but there must be more that the providers can do. They must have the technology to be able to see that you're driving the wrong way down a one-way street and just kill the motor. They must be able to see that either you've got a very large person on, or ask, is there more than one person riding the scooter with a sensor that'll be able to see 3 or 4 pressure points? I just don't understand why. And the cabinet members should actually make these part of the conditions of renewal or extending or prolonging the trials. You know, that's what we're being let down by. We can see the issues. We just need to now wrap them up in contractual obligations and try and tackle the problems. That's all I've got to say. I don't know if it's brief enough, but that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. There is some debate as to whether or not Councillor Larratt has a right to reply here. I think it would be useful if... No, hang on. I think it would be useful if we heard from Councillor Larratt on the particular timetable point that he made, which is that there is a contract running and that a decision has to be made about that renewal. That's my understanding. And his point, is it right that scrutiny would inform Cabinet of the position in order to make that decision? Is that right?
As I understand it, Mr. Chairman, the contract runs till April, May next year. And I would hope that scrutiny can come back with recommendations to Cabinet early, very early in the new year, January at the latest, in order that we can then make an informed decision as a Cabinet as to how we take this forward, whether we issue notice to terminate the contract and get rid of the scooters, whether we issue notice and go with another contractor who perhaps operates differently in a way that scrutiny and members feel would be a better way of operating. There's a lot of options there, and I would hope that scrutiny would look at those options and come back. I think also as well, by going through scrutiny, one of the key players in this is the police. The police obviously aren't getting the information as to who's riding the scooters, so they can't take prosecution action. And I think it's right that we listen to their views as well, in order that they can be taken on board when we're considering where we take this forward once the current extension of the contract expires.
Thank you. That is sufficient, in my view, to conclude a discussion on the matter. We now move to a vote on the proposition to refer the issue to place scrutiny. On the terms mentioned by Councillor Larratt, of course, as to speed, 41 in favour, 40 in favour, 16 against, 3 abstentions. That is carried. So that disposes of the item of the motion now, and concludes the business. We next meet on the 30th of November. Thank you very much.